Hello everybody, we're back with some beautiful jazz on the front screen again. We're going to be playing Tyrion Cuthbert Case 2. I decided I really do want to play the rest of this game and I might as well just do it in a video. So, here we go. This one, I saw the title was The Walking Dead. Let me go. I'm not going anywhere until I see her. I'm sorry, Wallace, but she's already passed. There was nothing more they could have done. How? The Academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. I wonder if this voice is going to get annoying. Are you telling me they couldn't do anything? Her condition was much worse than we thought. The kingdom's magic isn't advanced enough to treat something like this. Lucio Steelwind can rain meteors from the sky. William Frege can teleport entire caravans across the continent. I need more of a Draco Malfoy voice for this guy. Are you telling me that your mages couldn't cure one disease? I'm sorry, I truly am. Emily. Episode 2, The Walking Dead. A zombie did it. It's gonna be a zombie. The writers did it. I'm sorry, Celeste, but there's no way out of this. Celeste's attention is sharply focused on the chessboard between you two. You can see her eyes quickly dart from piece to piece. Just give me a second. I can win this. Celeste, there's no way for you to avoid checkmate next turn. Just surrender. She ignores you and continues staring at the pieces. There! What about that? Checkmate. Damn it! Would you two keep it down? We are in a library. Mr. Morrow glances at the chessboard. I hope you didn't spend the entire morning playing around. I've been working hard, Ruby. I've already learned 2 new spell formulas since we got here. Well, at least there's that. What about you, Cuthbert? Well... Your flustered stammering tells her exactly how much progress you've made. I couldn't find any books about the subject we've been looking into. You spent the entire day combing through the Kingdom's Imperial Library researching the Eye of Horus. During Celeste's trial, you awakened to a new ability that you never used before. The power to detect bullshit. Up until then, you thought that the eye could only see surface-level thoughts. But during that moment with Garrick Pierce, the Eye of Horus was empowered and you could see far more than usual. You told Mr. Morrow about what happened and it made you both wonder about what other hidden abilities the eye might have. You both decided it's time to find out more about the eye and its origins. This library supposedly held the kingdom's entire knowledge of magic and the arcane arts. But you couldn't find a single mention of any ability like the eye. Does the kingdom seriously lack knowledge about it? Or do we need to look somewhere else? Are you sure you can't tell me what you're researching? I've travelled around the world. I might have seen something like it. You entertain the thought for a moment, but you haven't known her for very long. The Eye of Horus is a supernatural ability that can't be detected by a spell compendium. You've always been worried about what the kingdom might do to you if they ever found out about it. So sorry, it's not something I can talk about, really. Fine. If I had to guess, I would say that we're looking into supernatural phenomena. Ah! You and Celeste nearly jump out of your chairs. You look over to the voice. Oh my god, what is this? Yes, you. She appears to be a student from the academy. How long was she there? You didn't notice her presence at all. He also feels like she looks oddly familiar. She's from every anime with a girl that's really obsessed with a guy, I guess. Or another girl. Or both. I'm terribly sorry if I startled you, but I couldn't help but overhear your conversation. As the girl approaches your table, you see another student frantically running after her. Eris! You can't just... I'm sorry? Oh, it's fine, Wallace. I'm sorry, but who are you two? Sorry, that was incredibly rude of me. My name is Eris Ilmata. Ilmata. So is she the one who's gonna die? And this is Wallace Nightgrave. We're both students here. Hi. What was that? Not to be rude, but that was a private conversation. Just how much did you hear? Do we have to silence you? Get the soda knife! I wonder. Reading about the supernatural is actually a hobby of mine. I might be able to help you out with your research, Mr. Cuthbert. And what makes you so sure that that is what we were researching? Mr. Cuthbert has a bad habit of muttering to himself when he thinks. I assumed that his research had something to do with the supernatural. Bandaged hands. Interesting. You feel a piercing slide glance from Miss Tamara. You avoid eye contact with her. But anyways, do you mind if I ask you a few questions? Oh, sorry, no, that was him. Of course, I'd be happy to help. Wait, fine, I suppose it wouldn't hurt. What was that? She, like, glitched. Just remember to show some discretion, Tyrion. Right. She sort of glitched. Randomly. Also, these eyes are freaky. I'm gonna ignore this girl in front of me and start looking at this bookcase. The library is full of books for educational processes. You've been combing through these books all morning. There's some sort of noise taped to one of the shelves. Due to constant misuse of the Arcane construct's voice systems, voice lines can now only be set by Headmaster Redmond. You wonder what it's referring to? Is that going to be relevant? It's all over the world. It's amazing how many other nations there are aside from Wivengard. I've been to most of these places. You should come with me next time, Tyrion. That's a nice thought. Maybe you could travel with her when you're less busy. Ah, they're already making plans. We can't leave. Alright. You, how do you find my badge? What do you think about this, Eris? You're already resorting to presenting me things? We've only just started. I really think you're overthinking things. What? Or do you simply want to see all the unique things I have to say? Excuse me? Breaking the fourth wall? Hello? I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I'm not some script for you to toy around with. What is this JoJo's ass face? Excuse me? Feel free to try again later, though. You're not exactly sure what she's talking about. Did she just break the fourth wall? Alright, fine. So you two are students of the Imperial Academy. Yes, I'm currently studying illusion magic. Illusions? That's the kind of magic that lets you turn invisible, right? Technically, yes, but few mages ever reach a level high enough for that. I'm a little bit embarrassed to admit that I'm not able to cast invisibility. That's still pretty cool. What about you, Wallace? Sorry, is this Arcane Necromancy? So he's gonna be bringing people back to life at some point. Wallace has his own unique field of study. It's probably not your place to pry. Okay, let's see. Tyrion and Celeste. Everyone is talking about you two. Really? It's rare for the school to let any outsiders in. That makes sense. This library isn't exactly open to the public. You're only able to get access to it because of Miss Tamara's connections. We only ever get occasional visits from the noble houses. So I was curious as to who was able to break this dull monotony. Well, I'm a mercenary, but now I work as Tyrion's bodyguard. Mercenary? After a trial, it turned out that Celeste was more than capable of affording your services. However, Miss Tamara still proposed a different arrangement. After indicting Garrick Pierce, you painted a large target on your back. With Celeste being a mercenary, Miss Tamara decided to hire her as your bodyguard. She figured you would feel more comfortable around someone you were already friends with. You know what? Yes. Good plan. Anyways, I'm a defense attorney. A defense attorney? My apologies, it's just not what I was expecting. What's that supposed to mean? So this is definitely some sketchy stuff right from the start. Supernatural phenomena? I wonder why you would be researching such a thing. Yeah, I want to know too. I'm sorry, but I can't really say. Regardless, there are many spells in this world. So why are you so convinced that this phenomenon wasn't produced by a spell? What we're looking into doesn't seem to follow the classic rules of magic. Oh, how so? Please tell me. It was created by someone who's not a mage. Oh, really? So you're saying that this was something created by a person? The words came out of your mouth before you realised it. You sent a small apologetic look to Mr. Mora. That does remind me of a story. A story? Mr. Cuthbert, do you know the legend about how the kingdom of Wivengard was created? You mean the story about the ancient dragons? The ancient what? I guess now we're talking about dragons. So Whippengard has a story about ancient dragons? It's only about one ancient dragon. The Church of Bahamut refers to him as the Skilled Lord. I'm sure you've even heard some people mention him before. Legends say that the first mages were created centuries ago by him. Final Fantasy land. At that time, our kingdom was caught in the middle of a brutal war. With no way to defend themselves, the kingdom was on the brink of destruction. Our people prayed to Bahamut, the god of dragons, for salvation. And almost as if to answer their prayers, Raphalion, the last Skilled Lord, appeared before them. The Skilled Lord bestowed the gift of magic on a band of heroes who were fighting on the front lines. With their magic, these heroes utterly overtook the kingdom's enemies and single-handedly won the war. It's said that these heroes went on to form the noble houses of today. What a load of nonsense. That story's nothing but religious propaganda to prop up the noble houses. Regardless, the significance of this legend is in the Skilled Lord himself. Do you mean Raphalion? Raphalion bestowed the power to become a mage on several individuals, and to this day that power can only be passed down genetically. Can you think of an arcane spell that could produce something like that? No, I suppose not. Raphalion must have had powers that weren't bound by the rules of the arcane arts. In other words, he could create supernatural phenomena without following the rules of magic. Please, do you honestly expect us to believe a story like that? It's completely unrealistic. As unrealistic as a non-mage using supernatural powers. She has a point. It's a far-fetched theory, but it's honestly the closest thing you have to a lead right now. Ah, of course, it would be you lot making all this noise. Suddenly, a woman who appears to be instructor approaches you. She looks upon each of you with an equal amount of disdain. Professor Bellwether? Catherine Bellwether, occupation professor. Damn, she got that, like, looking down on you pose. That is Professor Bellwether to you. But didn't he just call you? I knew letting you rabble into our halls would lead to nothing but trouble. You've even started associating with our malcontents. The headmaster gave us express permission to be here. If you have an issue with that, take it up with him. I'll have you know that I was on my way to just do that. Wallace? Yes? How am I supposed to understand you when you're stuttering? Yes, Professor Bellwether. Straighten out your uniform and fix that awful hair. You look like a street urchin. But I suppose it's unreasonable to expect anything more. Ouch! Wow, the kid's being, like, schooled. As for you, I'll be on my way. What? What just happened? She glitched! Yeah, my thoughts exactly, Celeste. What the hell just happened? What a bitch. No, wait, no, we're not addressing that. There was a glitch. Like, the story glitched. Information gone. Celeste. Oh, come on, we were all thinking it. Anyway, so that out of the way, shall we begin? What's going on? Is this person just being overwritten by this other person? What? Why'd you keep detecting fear from Celeste? Wallace, you finished this week's assignment, haven't you? Would you mind helping Celeste with her research? I don't know. Now you mention it. I could really use some help finding a specific spell formula. You know your way around here, right, Wallace? Okay. Aw, he's shy, but he's happy. Don't worry, Miss Tamora. I'll be more careful from now on. Please do. I still have some business to take care of here, so I'll leave you all to it. Okay, there's some wacky stuff happening right now. Like, the world is glitching out of existence randomly. You spend the next few hours searching through the library's books with Eris. You hadn't thought to look into the ancient dragons, and the library had books about them in abundance. There was one problem, though. There are a lot of myths and stories about the ancient dragons, but it's pretty difficult to tell fact from fiction with these accounts. It can't be helped. The Church of Bahamut is the dominant religion of our kingdom. The only physical evidence left by the dragons are the bones displayed in museums. You belong in a museum! Except for Raphalion. Possibly. I wonder if he's still alive, like you said. I wouldn't be surprised. Despite everything, our kingdom's constitution still includes him in our government. Wait, really? Prime Minister Scaly! As the minister of our kingdom, he and his kin were given an honorary position on our political hierarchy. He can pass bills. The ancient dragon's authority technically rivals that of King Olivier. Wow, I had no idea. How have I never heard of this before? To be honest, that law is just a way to revere him and appease the church. Well, Raphalion couldn't possibly be any worse than the nobility. I demand 500 human sacrifices every week, says Grandmaster Dragon. You're so stuck in your own thoughts that you accidentally bump into a bookshelf. The shelf begins to tip over and you're able to catch it before it fully falls over. But not before several books fall out from their shelves. They hit the ground with a cacophony of thuds. Some students glance in your direction. Be quiet! Sorry. Be quiet! Eris begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening. Hey, are you okay? I heard a loud... Whoa. Celeste stares at the pile of fallen books. What did you do? Forget that. Just help me clean this up. There's no need for that. Construct. I require assistance. Acknowledged. It's Shredder. What? Upon Iris's command, one of the nearby suits of armor suddenly springs to life and begins walking towards you. The voice coming out of it sounds human, but it lacks emotion. Why does it sound familiar? Wait, did you do that, Iris? Yes, this is an arcane construct. It's a suit of armor that's animated using artificery. They're designed to carry out various tasks for the students. Arcane constructs is behind your notes. Oh, that's going to be involved in whatever happens. Really? I didn't know anything like that existed. They're still experimental, so they aren't available to the public yet. With that being said, Construct, please place these books back where they belong. Acknowledged. On Eris's command, the Construct begins quickly picking up the books. It moves with inhuman efficiency. After only a few seconds, all the books are back on their shelves. Wow, so they do whatever you tell them to? Well, there are some limits to... Construct, tell me that I'm the fairest maiden you've ever seen. Command rejected. Wow. Oh, ouch. Oh, what? I guess they're not allowed to lie. Oh my god, Tyrion. Oh, that's so savaged. You feel a sharp pain in your side as Celeste quickly jabs you. The Construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Oh, I need to change that to Bellwether's voice then. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings. Artificery that can record audio. Never seen anything like it. It's an MP3 player! But you just said they're experimental, right? Maybe if I keep asking it, it'll just give up and do it. I would advise against that. Even if the commands are rejected, they're still stored in the Construct's command logs. Anyways, we should probably get back to work. Fine. You read more about the ancient dragons, but most of the stories read more like fables than actual historical accounts. I don't feel like I'm making any progress. Suddenly, you hear a thunderous, low-pitched sound blare across the room. Alert! Alert! Sounds like a high-pitched horn, but with its volume turned up to unnatural levels. What? Celeste, do you hear that? How can I not? What is that? You didn't touch anything you weren't supposed to, right? What? Of course not! It finally stopped. Eris, wasn't that the lockdown system? Yes, I believe so. Lockdown system? The Academy is outfitted with a large artificery system. In a state of emergency, it will erect magical barriers throughout the building. State of emergency? Should we be worried? Don't worry, the lockdown is designed to keep everyone safe. We're safe as long as the barriers are up. But Miss Tamora, she said she was going to go do something on campus. Oh, is this where she dies? I'm terribly sorry. You suddenly hear a disembodied voice echo throughout the library. It sounds like it's being projected magically. It's the headmaster. He's using the intercom system. Students and faculty, please remain calm. There's been a murder on the academy grounds. What? Please stay where you are and wait for law enforcement to arrive. Damn it, we have to get out of here. I'm afraid that's not possible. The lockdown system protects and locks each room. We can't leave this room until it's deactivated. Well, we won't know until we try. Yes! Yes, let's get criminally implicated. Let's go! You run to the entrance and begin frantically pulling the door's handle. Try to pull all your strength into prying it open, but it doesn't even budge. Tyrion, stop! But Miss Tamora, I know that you're worried about her, but there's already been a murder. Wow, she's flipping. Her face is scary. We don't know where the attacker is or if they're still armed. The best thing we can do right now is stay here and wait. She's right. Damn it. Alright, let's see who's been murderized. Celeste's hand rests on her sword. Her eyes are carefully watching the entrance. Wow, we've been here for hours and she still hasn't stopped watching the door. She was also able to calm me down earlier. It's easy to forget sometimes, but she's always reliable when it really counts. She's... What? Students and faculty, thank you for your patience. Law enforcement has secured the building. The lockdown has been lifted. However, please remain in the building until... Headmaster has barely finished with his message before you're out the door. Tyrion, hey, don't go off on your own. You desperately run through the academy hallways. No. Miss Tamora? Miss Tamora, where are you? You have no idea where you're even going anymore. You can feel your fear and anxiety rise with each passing moment. Where is she? Oh. Oh, hey! You're alive! That's surprising. Cuthbert? What's wrong? Why are you shouting? Miss Tamora! Calm down, you're hyperventilating. I heard there was a murder and I've been looking all over for you. And you were worried about me? You hug Miss Tamora tightly as you're overcome with emotion. She's usually not receptive to affection, but you don't care. You've just relieved that she's safe. Tyrion, there you are. And you're crying. Sorry, I didn't mean to worry you so much. We heard the announcement. Do you know what happened, Ruby? I do, but... You see Miss Tamora glance at Wallace for a brief moment. But now I think we should head to the foyer. Who's dead? Who died it? You arrive at the foyer and see the room swarmed with a legion of familiar knights. Is that the Inquisition? Is that Sora from Kingdom Hearts? He's got the same goofy hairstyle. Don't tell me. The headmaster mentioned there was a murder on campus. Someone used magic. Oh, no. Hey, you there. As you enter the commander foyer, Commander White notices you and begins marching in a direction. His attention is focused on you. Huh? Me? Are you Wallace Nightgrave? Yes, but by the authority of the Women-Guard Crown, I'm placing you under arrest. Oh boy. Hey, what are you doing? You three. The hell are you doing here? He said he was under arrest? On what charges? This kid is charged with the murder of Catherine Bellwether. Oh damn, she died almost as soon as she was introduced. What? Wasn't that the professor you met in the library earlier? Like hell you're arresting him. He was with us in the library for the entire morning. There's no way he could have murdered her. Move aside, Celeste. But, Miss Tamora is right. If Wallace is a suspect, we can't stop the Inquisition from arresting him. I mean, yeah, that's like resisting arrest. Accomplice mode. No. Don't worry, Wallace. We'll get to the bottom of what happened. Well, word, Wallace allows the Inquisition to drag him away. My apologies. I'm going to go and check on him. Yeah, okay, creepy woman. This is terrible. I still don't understand. Why would they suspect Wallace of all people? I'm not sure myself. Unlike most magical homicides, this school is filled with plenty of mages. There has to be a long list of suspects. Isn't there anything we can do? I'm going to go investigate what happened. Cuthbert? Yes? He hasn't accepted you as his attorney yet. You don't even know if you'll be working this case. But I know that he's innocent. I just can't sit here and do nothing. Well, I clearly can't stop you, but please remember that being an attorney is your job. It's not charity work. Don't come crying to me if you run out of gold. Right. Anyways, I still have some business to take care of in the city. Will you two be okay handling this yourselves? Yes, we can handle it. Good. I'll leave everything to you then. Man, and we were afraid she was going to be dead. Alright, let's go, Celeste. Right. Yeah, I'd like to save, please. We'll save it here. It seems like every case is like separate from the other, so it shouldn't matter if we override anything. It's been a few hours since Wallace was arrested. You and Celeste were with him during the lockdown, so the Inquisition had to take your statements. But the more they questioned you, the more they can tell that they had doubts about your testimony. You'll need to do more if you want to establish an alibi for Wallace. That took longer than I expected. We've already lost a lot of time talking to the Inquisition. But we should be free to roam around now. Where should we go first? Crime scene sounds like a good start. We still need to figure out what actually happened. Ruby said that the body was found in Lecture Hall 2B. It's in the west wing of the school. Alright, that sounds like a good place to start. Alright, but first, what do you think about my badge, Celeste? Sorry Tyrion, I don't think I can help you with that. Alright, investigation, next lead. Where should we go next? The first thing we need to do is find out exactly what happened. Said it was found in 2B, yep, we've already done. Okay. Oh, we can go to the barracks. I wonder if we can talk to Wallace. You look around the barracks dungeon cells, but you don't see Wallace anywhere. Probably still questioning him, come back later. Got it. Alright, 2B or not 2B? That is the question. Hey, stop right there! To try to enter the classroom, you're stopped by one of the Inquisition Knights. I'm the defense attorney for the accused. We have a right to investigate the crime scene. Yeah? From what I've heard, the kid doesn't have an attorney yet. Right, you haven't been able to talk to us about that yet. It's quite alright. Let them in. Lady Steelwind? Do not call me that. Okay, Spider-Man. While you work under me, you will address me as Prosecutor Steelwind. Yes, the Prosecutor Steelwind. Alright, so she's already here. What's that smell? It's dead body. As you enter the classroom, you find yourself inhaling a sour and rancid odour. The stench is so overwhelming that your eyes begin to tear up. Don't worry, you eventually get used to the smell. What are you even doing here, Steelwind? I'm here to coordinate the investigation. You look around the crime scene. There isn't a single Inquisition Knight in the room. Isn't that the Inquisition's job? Due to the circumstances, I've decided to handle this case personally. Well, since we got you here, could we ask you some questions about what happened? Can I assume that you're planning to defend this case? That would make you my opponent. What do I have to gain from helping you? We'll slip you 50 bucks! Right. However, I would be willing to answer your questions, but only if you answer some of mine as well. Quid pro quo, as it were. Oh, okay. What could she possibly want to ask you? Alright. Oh, Tyrion, I almost forgot. Since this is our first official case together, I wanted to show you something that I learned. Okay, what is it?
Arcanum.
Well, okay. I guess I don't need to voice this one. What was that? That is the incantation for the Detect Magic spell. Detect Magic? What does that mean? Yep, we can see magical traces while we're examining crime scenes now. That's handy. Your bodyguard Celeste can now cast the Detect Magic spell. While examining a location, press the Detect Magic button to make magical traces visible. If there are any magical traces at your location, you'll see a coloured overlay. Alright, let's see, what's this? The painting of some sort of musician, with some text written below it. Dr. Nicholas Gusso, inventor of the Arcane engine. His work revolutionized trade and travel across the seas. He is well known for not discriminating between the common folk and the nobility, judging his assistants purely based on their merit. When he wasn't conducting research within the Imperial Academy, he was known to compose symphonies for the king in his free time. Looks like he was a man of many talents. Oh, they have books here too. They appear to be textbooks about alchemy. Oh, lame. This must be where the students sit during lectures. Ugh, I can't imagine sitting in one place all day. Have you never attended a school before? No, we never had a proper school in Cornhaven. I mainly got my education from books that my parents bought from travelling merchants. What about you? I used to attend a public school in my hometown. But after Miss Tamora adopted me, she handled my education personally. Oh, she seems a bit odd about that. Detector Magico. There's a trace of illusion magic next to the body. We believe that the suspect donned an illusionary disguise immediately after murdering the victim. Using his disguise, he discreetly made his way back to the library unnoticed. Assuming that Wallace isn't the murderer, the real killer must use a similar disguise, which means that no one would have seen them leave this classroom. It'll be hard to find any witnesses that saw the perpetrator. Okay. What? What's wrong? There's a trace of necromancy on the body. Necromancy? Isn't necromancy the type of magic that creates undead? She's not going to get up and walk away, right? We're honestly not sure. That's part of the reason why I stationed myself here. What does that have to do with Wallace? Oh, you didn't know? Wallace Nightgrave is a necromancer. It's all over his surname, can't you see? He's a what? We believe that he used a necromancy spell to completely drain her life force. That's why there are no visible wounds. Here is the autopsy report. It will tell you everything that you need to know. Catherine Bellwether died at 2:01 p.m. Body shows no sign of cuts or bruising. The alchemist report has verified that death was not caused by poison or disease. Body shows traces of necromancy and illusion magic. Cause of death is not apparent, but very likely caused by necromancy magic. Did Eris do this? But in the modern day, even the Inquisition doesn't commonly deal with necromancy. They're all on edge about what other spells he might have used. So I'm here to make sure that nothing unholy happens to the body. You can't believe it, you've heard stories of necromancers before. But why would Wallace be studying something like that? He wants to revive his dead something. But even if Wallace is a necromancer, aren't there plenty of other mages who can cast necromancy spells? This is an academy for mages after all. No, there are no laws against it, but the knowledge required to learn necromancy is heavily controlled. No one in their right mind would dare teach necromancy beyond basic healing magic. Frankly, I'm surprised even one student at this school was allowed to learn it. I can see why. But because of this specific piece of evidence, we know that he's the murderer, but it's still too convenient. That's the first time you've seen a thought from Steelwind. Normally, you can only see thoughts from people who are stressed or excited. You doubt that Miss Steelwind is excited, so is something causing her to be stressed? Is there something you're not telling us, Steelwind? Because something tells me that this case isn't as straightforward as you claim it is. If you truly believe that, then why don't you prove it? Yeah, I can't see any more thoughts from her. She must be subconsciously guarding her mind now. But she's clearly hiding something. Diddle-da-da, diddle-da-da. Alright, let's answer her questions to me. Miss McCoy, it's my understanding that you were adopted. Would you happen to know who your birth parents are? Hey, isn't that a bit too personal a question? You agreed to answer my questions, didn't you? But I didn't think you meant... It's fine, Tyrion. I'm fine with answering if it helps Wallace. I don't know who my birth parents are. Never tried looking for them. I see. If I recall correctly, your spell compendium only contained one spell. Considering your upbringing, how did you learn Mage Blade in the first place? I bought a scroll from a merchant a few years ago. It had Mage Blade spell formula on it. I know more than one spell now. I actually just learned a few new spells today. I'm sorry, spells? As in plural? How long did it take you to learn those spells? A few hours, I think. She learned multiple spell formulas within a few hours. Was that just now? I see. Well, I think that's all I need to ask for now. Okay. She's sharing information about the investigation for that? Why is she so interested in Celeste all of a sudden? Alright, do you wanna see my badge? What do you think about this, Miss Steelwind? I'm sorry, but I'm afraid I can't say much about it. Why does nobody respond to the badge? Ah! I can't take it anymore! That smell is driving me crazy! What is that? From what I understand, there was a bit of an accident a few days ago. It happened during one of the classes that the headmaster was teaching. He misread the instructions for an alchemy experiment, and as a result, he accidentally produced this rancid-smelling vapor. Vapor? It's not poisonous, is it? Of course not. I wouldn't be standing here if I were. It's just extremely unpleasant to the senses. Foul classroom spell has been added to your notes. So that's gonna, like, cloud any other smells that could be in here. Weeks ago, the headmaster performed an alchemy experiment incorrectly in Lecture Hall 2B. The resulting chemical reaction produced a rancid yet harmless vapor that still lingers in the room. Do you know what happened here, Steelwind? Well, it all began when the City Watch received a call from the Academy. Supposedly, there was an attack on campus grounds and the entire building was put on lockdown. The City Watch set up a perimeter around the building while they were waiting for the system to deactivate. What? Couldn't the Academy have left them in one, since the scene was secure? I'm not sure about the specifics, but supposedly the lockdown can't be shut down manually. You'll have to ask one of the Academy's admins if you want to know more. Anyways, you two were also present during the lockdown, am I correct? Did either of you see anything suspicious? No, but we actually met the professor that morning. She was still alive then. I see, that does match with the accounts from our other witnesses. Do you have any idea where she went after she left the library? The headmaster gave us express permission to be here. If you have any issue with that, then take it up with him. I'll have you know that I was on my way to do just that. She said she was going to go meet with the headmaster. He also mentioned that when I questioned him, she attended the meeting as planned. If the headmaster met with Bellwether, you probably want to speak with him next. She must have found her way into this classroom afterwards. But you happen to have a map of the Academy? I do. I have extra copies if you'd like one. What is it? There's only one direct path from the headmaster's office to this lecture hall. But I wonder if she took any detours. The Imperial Academy map has been added to your notes. Thank you very much, Steelwind. I appreciate your willingness to cooperate. Do you know how the body was discovered? 2 members of the kitchen staff spotted her collapsed inside this classroom. They reported the situation to the campus admin while they attempted to save her life. But it was too late. The professor had already passed away by the time any healers arrived. Those 2 staff members, who were they? I believe their names were Valentina and Valerie Ayanas. They're apparently sisters. Orm was the one who collected their statements. Did you notice anything off about their behaviour? From what he said, they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious. Quirks? He told me that they were running and spinning around him during questioning. What does that mean? They were like Beyblades, I guess? I have no idea. Perhaps they're still on edge after finding their co-worker murdered. You'll probably want to speak with those staff members. You discovered the body has been added to your notes. The body was discovered in Lecture Hall 2B by Valentina and Valerie Ayanas, 2 members of the kitchen staff. According to them, they were being hyperactive. We've already told the Inquisition this, but Wallace was with us the entire time. He couldn't have committed the murder. Okay, so... You're smart, right, Tyrion? Necromancy. Bringing bodies back. Zombies. Attack. Go. Attack. Zombies. They could have done this. Although it's kind of clear that it's Eris, being that she's creepy as hell. Yeah, he has a perfect alibi. Strong, maybe, but his alibi is far from perfect. Miss McCoy herself told us that. There was a small time period where she wasn't with him. What? Right, it was when I came to check on you after I knocked over that shelf. I got a little lost on my way back to Wallace. But still, we only lost each other for a few minutes. That may be, but unless his alibi is airtight, the evidence in this room proves that it was him. What do you mean? It would be easy to explain once you examine it yourself. I already did that, though.
Arcanum.
Oh, am I supposed to just examine it normally? No, I did this. No. I can't believe the professor is dead. We just saw her this morning. There's a chalk outline out around where her body was. It appears that most of this blood came from her abdomen. I'm not doctor. What abdomen? Is that around waist? Is that where the fatal wound was? There's a lot of blood in this puddle, but there's no trail leading to it. And there aren't any magical traces anywhere else in the room. I doubt the murderer used magic to clean it. Does that mean the murderer attacked her in this room? Maybe, but it's hard to say for certain. Bloodstain under the body has been added to your notes. There's a pool of blood where Catherine Bellwether's body was. The location implies that she bled from her abdominal area. There's nothing else magical there, right? I guess we can go at the kitchen if we need to. Is there anything else we can actually present? What do you think about this? Nah, she doesn't want to see that. Alright, we're going to the kitchen next, I think. Can I just save quickly? I forget what the button is to save. Oh yeah, there it is. Oh no. No title screen. That's bad. Alright, here we go, yeah. Right, to the kitchen! Well, hey! Hello, is anyone there? It looks like there's no one here right now. Maybe we should check somewhere else. This is a funky kitchen. I like the music. Do. Alright, let's go to the foyer. Maybe we can go talk to Wallace. Do you think Steelman's right? Is Wallace really a necromancer? Yeah, that's what it said under the thing here. I'm sure he has his reasons, but more importantly, I can't help but feel like Steelwind is hiding something from us. Is that really so strange? We did make a deal with her, but we're also facing her in the trial. I suppose you're right, but you still wonder what she's hiding. Well, I guess we can go talk to Wallace now? Or not?
Arcanum.
I wanted to check if there was magic in here. What if there's magic in the kitchen? You'd like to take a look around the kitchen, but Valentina looks a bit anxious. Sniffing around might scare her off. You should learn everything you can from her before you examine the kitchen. What? But she not here! She not be here! What the flip? No, that makes no sense. I guess we can go see the headmaster. You might scare off the person who is not here. You follow the map that Steelwind gave you, and you arrive at the headmaster's office. Oh, hello there. I wasn't expecting guests today. Sorry for coming unannounced. You must be... My name is Theodore Redmond. I'm the headmaster of the Women Guard Imperial Academy. And judging from your appearance, you must be the protege of Ruby Tamora. To what do I owe the pleasure? They must be here to investigate the murder. Wait, Eris? I thought you were went to see Wallace. Unfortunately, the Inquisition is questioning him right now. They aren't allowing visitors. He must be so scared right now. I hope he's okay. Right, she had the same experience not too long ago. If there's anything I can do to help, please let me know. Yeah, here's my badge. Oh, my apologies. I've learned a lot in my years, but I can't say very much about that. This is terrible. To think that one of my prized students would be accused of murder. We heard your voice on the intercom when the lockdown happened. Are you the one who triggered it? Yes, I activated it when I received a call from one of the staff. They reported that Professor Bellwether had been attacked. Headmaster's actions have been added to your notes. Headmaster activated the Academy's lockdown system in response to receiving a call from security. This call reported that Catherine Bellwether had been fatally wounded. How does the lockdown system work? It's an artificial network that covers the entire Academy. In the event of an emergency, I can activate it using this stone. The Headmaster pulls out a glowing stone from his desk. You can hear the hum of magical energy emanating from it. Once activated, the system creates magical barriers throughout the building. It's designed to contain and protect each room in the building. Could a powerful mage breach any of these barriers? I doubt it. The barriers can withstand a great amount of force. They even block mages from teleporting through them. And once activated, even I can't turn it off for an hour. The Academy lockdown system is adding to your notes. It locks it down for like an entire hour. Isolate and protect each room in the building. These barriers can't be breached with physical or magical force. They also block mages from teleporting through them. But if something was already in the room that you could, like, raise up with Necromancy, would that work? What can you tell me about Wallace? Earlier you said he was one of your prized students. Oh, he's sad. I just need to understand, why did the prosecutor say that he was a Necromancer? Because technically, he is one. What? Why would he study something like that? Necromancy is probably one of the most dangerous and most scrutinized schools of magic. Its image has been long tainted by stories of dark wizards raising armies of the undead. However, it doesn't just control the forces of death, it also controls the forces of life. Forces of life? The truth is that healing magic is also classified as necromancy. Well, good job. Wait, he's got illusion too. Ah! It could be him! He could be the evil one. Most healers don't care to admit it because of the stigma it has. But that's why Wallace is studying it. He wants to become a doctor. But there are plenty of mages who know healing magic. Why is Wallace being singled out? For years, he's been studying necromancy beyond basic healing magic. He believes that high-level necromancy could revolutionize modern medicine. Unfortunately, many among the faculty don't see it that way. All they think of is, oh no, zombies, ah, they're biting my face off. Wallace doesn't hail from a noble house. He's a mage that was born among the common folk. He's like me. Many of the faculty fear that he'll use his knowledge to raise armies of the undead, just like the necromancers of old. The Imperial Academy isn't even permitted to teach it to students beyond basic healing magic. Then why did you allow him to study it? After everything that happened to him, I made an exception. Everything that happened to him? I'm not at liberty to say more. You'll have to ask him if you wish to know more. Well, that's fair. Yeah, spell compendium. If you plan on defending Wallace, you'll need his spell compendium, am I correct? Yes, having a client's compendium is instrumental to acquitting them. You may find that's a bit difficult. You see, after a certain instant, he destroyed it. What? Why would he do that? Doesn't he need that to use magic? A spell compendium is a device mages use to keep track of what spells they can cast. It's really convenient for remembering the formulas and incantations of your spells, but it's not actually required to use magic. So what's the point? They could just memorize literally anything they wanted. Like, they could memorize power, word, death, die, and then be like, oh, but it's not in my compendium, so I can't use it. I thought I destroyed mine a long time ago, but they're really expensive. Luckily, I have an unattuned spell compendium right here. I'd be more than happy to give you it if it helps Wallace. Oh, thanks. Wallace just needs to maintain physical contact with it for 10 minutes. After that, the compendium will attune to his magic. Oh, so that's how it works. Yeah, you can't just diddle it. Okay. But what if she's like... What if she's tampered with that? Just make sure that you don't let another mage like Celeste hold it. Once it attunes to a mage, no one else can use it. Then how did you give it to us? Aren't you also a mage? When you hand it over, aren't you just like, oh, whoops, touched it. It's useless now. Oh, it has to be for 10 minutes. Wait, but then how did... Wonderful... Oh, wait! Yeah, him too! Him too! He noticed that! He's like, how did you do it? And now the game's glitched again. Wonderful. I just hope you can persuade Wallace to attune to it. What is going on here? There's some shit going down. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Wow, that was a whole mess of emotions. He's like, and ah. She was rather unpleasant to work with. Can you think of any enemies she might have had? You might as well list everyone who attended the school. Eris. It's best to be blunt with these side of things. As you saw yesterday, she had a pretty abrasive attitude towards the students. Many people in the school did not care for her. Maybe she wasn't the nicest person. But who would that really be enough to motivate someone to murder her? No, would that really be enough to motivate someone to murder her? She'd often target and harass students, especially those who were from the common folk. She even made a habit of expelling those students for minor infractions. For commoners, magic can be our ticket out of poverty. I can't imagine how it'd feel to have the opportunity unfairly taken from you. She put so much pressure on those students. Some of them even left the academy of their own volition. They couldn't handle her constant verbal abuse. Even then, would that really be enough motive to commit murder? The human psyche is a fragile thing. It's astounding what someone might do when pushed far enough. What about her relationship with the faculty? In some cases, it was worse than it was with the students. She'd often treat the staff like her personal servants. I received so many complaints from them about her behavior. Sorry if this sounds rude, but why didn't you just fire her if she was such a big problem? Yeah, just get rid of her. She's used her position to curry favor with the noble houses over the years. As you can imagine, the Academy's board is controlled by the nobility. If I ever tried to remove her, they would probably support her over me. Catherine Bellwether had a tense relation with just about everyone in the Academy. She had a history of bullying students from the common folk and mistreating the Academy staff. For several years, she used her position to curry favor with the noble houses. Alright, so she was kind of like just something we had to deal with. There's a window overview of a garden. The headmaster has a nice view from up here. It's a painting of someone. He looks like a sort of professor. That's Professor Lucas Gilbert. He was an instructor here many years ago. He was well beloved by the students here, and he was quite the accomplished scholar. And this was all despite him lacking the ability to use magic. He studied magic without being able to use it? Yes, he was quite remarkable. Unfortunately, we lost him to illness very early in his life. Oh man. It's a painting of a mage, but he doesn't quite look like a noble. Oh, that's Jason Steelwind, one of the chosen mages of the Scale Lord. Oh, it's Aria's, like, ancestor. Wait, Steelwind as in... Yes, he's the earliest recorded ancestor of House Steelwind. Legends say that the Scale Lord bestowed his power upon him and his allies to create the first mages. Wow, it's hard to even tell that he and the prosecutor belong to the same bloodline. As with all the noble houses, House Steelwind has quite humble beginnings. If only they'd remember where they came from. I don't know, man. Aria doesn't seem that bad at all. Like, she seems kind of, like, nice, actually. If a bit, like, stuck up. But I think her heart's probably in the right place. There's a small table for guests. Is that wine? No, actually, it's just apple juice. Most of my guests are students, after all. Oh. Well. Okay. There's a fireplace with some burning wood. It looks pretty cozy.
Repario Arcanum.
If you're a mage, why is there no magic here? I have issues with that. I heard that you had a meeting scheduled with Professor Bellwether this morning. What time was this, and when did the meeting end? Our meeting was scheduled for noon. She arrived on time, and our meeting lasted until 1 p.m. Did anything seem off about it to you? No, she seemed to be her usual self. You detected trace of fear, or is it nervousness? If you don't mind me asking, what was the purpose of your meeting? We met to discuss routine administrative matters. Despite our personal disagreements, we knew to stay civil when discussing personal affairs. But to be perfectly honest, it did always feel like I was treading on eggshells when speaking with her. But you were her superior, weren't you? Didn't she respect your authority? No, she did not respect my authority. We had many arguments about how I was managing the academy. She was very vocal about her distaste for the common folk students. Those filthy mudbloods. She was difficult to say the least. Damn. Alright, that's testimony. Have we got anything we could possibly show him? Nah, I think it's fine. Okay, I guess we can go and talk to Wallace now. This investigations period is gonna take... Oh, no, wait, no. There's nobody here still. He's not ready. Let's go to kitchen. Hello? Is anyone there? Be right there. Sorry, but the cafeteria is closed right now. Actually, we're here to investigate the murder. We heard that 2 members of the kitchen staff discovered the body. Oh, that would be me. I'm Valentina Iannis. Well, ain't you just a bright, sunshiny person? You did it, didn't you? How about the other person? Do you know where they are right now? Oh, that would be my sister, Valerie. But I think she's somewhere else on campus right now. If you're not with those knights, we've already told them everything we know. Actually, we're investigating separately from them. I wanted to ask you some questions about what you saw. Sure. I'm gonna have to remember those details again. Alright, let's show her the badge. What can you tell us about this? Don't have much to say about that. Divide you. Nobody has anything to say about that. Alright, what did you see? To start, can you tell us how you and your sister discovered the body? Right. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the west exit. We spotted the professor in a nearby classroom. She was lying on the floor and bleeding. I used an emergency communication device to call for help. While I was doing that, my sister tried to wake her up. That would imply that Valerie thought she could be resuscitated. Did she know if the professor was still alive or not? We're not sure, but she wasn't responding at all. She wasn't breathing and she didn't have a pulse. Alright, okay. Doodle-doodle-doo, Wallace. What do you know about the suspect in this case? His name is Wallace Nightgrim. He's a student here. He's that scary kid, right? The one that raises undead? Those are just rumors. He would never do something like that. We think. But he studies necromancy, right? Maybe I've actually met him? No, but I've heard the rumors. He's always hanging around the cemetery. I'm sure he's just biding his time, waiting for his chance to raise an army. and raid the kitchen? It can't be helped that people think of him that way. You can't help but be a little annoyed on his behalf. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? Everybody's having these reactions to her. Yeah, another set of complicated emotions. Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it anymore. She was a horrible person. She was really terrible to all of us. Let's not talk ill of the dead, huh? By all of us, do you mean the academy staff? Yeah, she always treated us like her personal servants. Sometimes she'd make messes on purpose just so you could order us to clean it up. Yikes. This probably sounds terrible, but I'm sure a lot of people are glad that she's gone. I just hope we can still keep our jobs. Interesting. Now, why would she be worried about that? Was Catherine Bellwether like the reason some of these people were employed? Let's talk about that. Did you ever feel like your job was at risk because of Bellwether? Yes, actually. She was actually planning to fire all of the staff. All of them? That can't be true, can it? The academy needs the staff to function. I'm not sure about the details. That's just what Jan told us. Who's Jan? He's one of the academy's custodians. You can probably find him cleaning the halls if you look around. Slice, this room was close to the crime scene. Could you cast detect magic and scan for magical traces? Oh, she don't like that. She's like, ah! Sure. Did he just say scan for magical traces? Oh, I'll just get out of your way then. Oh, you have magic on you, don't you? You have some magic. Wow, she just bolted out of the room. What was that about? It's a barrel full of some sort of drink. I wonder. It's probably not Lotus Juice, Celeste. Oh, it's a plate of bread. They probably serve these as sides to the entrees. Don't get any ideas, Tyrion. What? Remember when we went to that fancy restaurant? You just kept ordering breadsticks and butter. The bread is free! I might as well take advantage of it! Free bread. You know that eating that many carbs isn't good for you. Yeah. There's a large cooking station here. They must prepare the meals in bulk here. They must serve the students' meals on these plates. It's a shame they had to close the kitchen during the investigation.
Repario Arcanum.
Why did she have to leave? I'm gonna find her and use it in front of her. Unless she's like a magical creature. She's just like, Ah, you have found out. I am half cat. Alright, well, it would appear there's something sketch going on there. Oh, you spot Valentina again. She's speaking to someone in a blue-collar uniform. Could he be the custodian she mentioned? Jan, where have you been? You still haven't fixed the plumbing in the kitchen sinks. Ugh, someone just died. Can't we take the day off? I need a holiday, man. People dying. You're causing trouble for me and Valentina. Please be reasonable. Wait, why is Valentina suddenly speaking in the third person? Oh, hello. Valentina? Oh, my apologies. I can see why you're confused. I'm not Valentina. I'm her sister Valerie. Oh, no. Oh, God. No, don't tell me they look the same. Not this. Anything but this. We're gonna have a big reveal in the middle of the trial where it's just like, it wasn't her, it was the other one. Valerie Ionis, kitchen staff. Are you trying to trick us or something? You look exactly the same. You remember reading something about this before? You two are identical twins, aren't you? Wah, wah. You're both genetically identical to each other. Yes, we are. Wait, this means that she was the one who discovered the body along with Valentina. Since we have you here, do you mind if I ask some questions about what happened? I'm terribly sorry. But I've already spent a lot of time looking for Jan here. What, and she's giving him the weird eyes. I'm really behind on my work. But Jan was also nearby when we discovered the body. I'm sure he can answer your questions. Before you have a chance to object, Valerie quickly walks away. Wait! Do you want me to go after her? Well, they can't be the same person, because, Orm was like, they were both hyperactive around me. Like, so they can't be the same, so what the heck? They're just gonna look exactly the same? That's bullshit, man! That's so bullshit! Pretty sure I can catch up to her. No, we don't want to scare those two more than we already have. Let me detect magic on them! There's clearly something I need to know about this. Anyways, Valerie has said that Jan was around when the murder happened. Maybe he saw something. Hey, Jan. Or is it Yawn? Should I call him Yawn or Jan? Jan, do you mind if we ask some more questions about what happened? Ugh, really? Well, whatever. At least I have an excuse to take a break now. Yeah.
Repario Arcanum.
You know, I'm just gonna do that everywhere. So, Jan, are you a part of the staff here? Yep, I'm a janitor. I clean, and I do odd jobs here and there. Apparently that's all he has to say about that. God, him yawning made me yawn. The yawns are infecting me through the game. Valerie mentioned that you were close to Lecture Hall 2B before they found Bellwether. What were you doing when the twins discovered the body? I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase, and there were shards and dirt everywhere. Wait, you saw the professor while the twins arrived? Yeah, like I said, she broke the vase right in this hallway. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. You might have been the last person to see her alive. Did you see where she went after breaking the vase? Yeah, I think she went into that room over there. Jan points to the lecture hall that Bellwether was found in. Alright, so it looks like someone might have injected her with something. Did you see anyone else into the lecture hall? I'm honestly not sure. I was more worried about cleaning the mess she made. Well, did you notice anything off about her? She was in a pretty bad mood. But honestly, that's pretty normal for her. She was walking real slow. I didn't notice her at first, and she basically shoved me out of the way. After that, she knocked over that vase. I didn't even say anything after that, but she still yelled at me to be quiet. Did you see where she went after that? Not really, but the only thing in that direction is Lecture Hall 2B. I can't imagine her going anywhere else. Jan's statement has been added to your notes. Alright. What can you tell me about Catherine Bellwether? I've heard that she has a pretty bad relationship with the staff. She had a bad relationship with just about everyone. Students, teachers, I can't think of any people who actually did get along with her. I'm sure you had your own share of bad experiences with her. Yeah, she'd always yell at me when I was taking too long to get a job done. I hate to say it, but things are a lot more peaceful around here. Everybody's just like, we're glad that she's dead. It's blunt to say the least, but you can't exactly blame him for thinking that. I mean, she firing the academy staff. Vantia mentioned something interesting. Did you tell her that Bellwether was going to fire the academy staff? Yeah, I remember that. What made you think she was going to do something like that? You know those arcane constructs in the library? Bellwether was the one who ordered them. Oh no, she was going to replace everyone with robots! Oh yeah, they're so cool! Well, a few weeks ago I overheard a meeting she was having with the headmaster. From what I heard, she was planning to order more constructs and entirely replace the staff. Oh. Well, I'm sure the headmaster rejected her proposal. I don't know. From the way she was talking, it sounded like he didn't have a say in the matter. But only the headmaster would have the authority to fire the staff. Why would she be that confident? Dunno. All I know is that she hated having common folk in the schools, even among the staff. She was really miffed that he was hiring common folk from the community centre. So she was enacting a sort of purge. Oh no. Okay. Can you tell me anything about this smell? Are you aware of the foul smell in Lecture Hall 2B? Yeah, luckily Aria isn't letting anyone into the lecture hall until the investigation's over. But I'll probably have to get to it eventually. Why haven't you gotten to it in the last 2 weeks? Alchemical messes are always a pain to clean up. I am not looking forward to that. I wonder if Aria can help me out like she used to. Wait, you were... Steelwind? Wait, do you personally know Prosecutor Steelwind? She studied here a few years ago. She'd always help me out using her magic. I miss that. Again, nice person. I'm gonna keep putting out this nice person stuff. Alright, well, thank you so much for your help, Mr. Janitorial person. Is there anything else? Yeah, I'm gonna present this. I just hope we don't lose our jobs to those constructs. Well, if there's any silver lining to Bellwether's death, it's that she can't carry out her plan. Your jobs are safe. Damn, that's kind of heartless, man. Weren't you just saying it's good that she's dead? While I do want to catch the real murderer, I don't have much pity for people who abuse positions of power. Well, I can't blame you. I'm sure many people feel the same way. Right, we probably need to go give Wallace the book now. Let's go to the barracks. It's over. My life is over. Wallace. Eep, who are you? What do you want? Wallace, it's Celeste and Tyrion. From the library, remember? Oh, right. What are you doing? Apparently not well. Please tell me you're going to get me out of here. I keep telling them that I didn't do it, but they still won't let me go. I'm sorry, Wallace, but they found traces of necromancy magic on the body. And because of that, they're going to push your case to trial. What? Are they going to execute me? This can't be happening. I can feel the walls closing in. I can't breathe. But please calm down. We know that you're innocent. With that said, would you let me represent you in court? Oh, right. You said that you were a lawyer. But I don't have any money to pay you with. Don't worry about that. For now, let's just focus on getting you acquitted. What? No, they want something from me, but... Well, I guess it doesn't matter anyways. It's not like I have anything else to lose. It's not exactly the reaction you're expecting, but at least he's cooperating. Alright, so yeah, I need you to go right ahead and take this. Sorry, I can't... Okay, maybe not right now. We've got 10 minutes. We need to hurry this up, you know? I don't understand. I was with you in the library the whole time. Why do they still think I'm the murderer? Makes no sense, unless... You told the Inquisition, right? Did you tell them I'm innocent? Did they frame me? We did, but as you said before, there's traces of necromancy on the body. Or in the state of the body, they believe she was murdered with a necromancy spell. Apparently that makes you their prime suspect. I see. Oh, now we can give him the spot. Wallace, we heard about the type of magic you were studying. So don't worry, the headmaster explained it to us already. You just want to use necromancy to become a doctor, right? I understand you have reservations about talking about your magic, but in order to build a case for you, I need your spell compendium. I don't have one. I know, Eris already told us about that. That's why she gives a blank one for you to attune to. Do I have to? It's your life on the line, and we need all the information we can get to help you. So sorry, you're right. I'll attune to it. Okay. I was half expecting him to be like, no. Wallace's spell compendium has been added to your notes. Wallace Nightgrow's spell compendium. It contains the formulas of the following spells: Prestidigitation, Mend Wounds, Illusionary Disguise, Revive, Animate Corpse, and Necrotic Blight. Okay, bud. You want to be a doctor? Why do you know these two? Doctors frequently animate corpses and blight things. Also, why do you need a disguise? Wallace, this doesn't help your case. You look kind of sus. Mend Wounds. Okay, that's a good one. Menace. It heals the wounds of the target over the casting time. Wounds on the target are magically healed without leaving any scars or bruises. This spell can't restore missing limbs, nor can it revive someone who's already died. Wait, what if the necromancy magic was only used to, like, cover up the exit wound? Like, they bled, and then somebody came along and mended the actual, wound, so you couldn't see how they died. Place an illusion on the target to completely change their visual appearance. The disguise moves with the target for the duration. So now we've got 3 people with illusions that exist here, including the possible culprit. The disguise can make the target look 1 feet larger or smaller. Elements hidden by the spell are made invisible, and elements created by the spell are purely visual. You cannot make physical contact with it. What if one of the kitchen staff is an illusion? What if there are no twins? What if one of them is fake? Revive has been added to your notes. Floods the target with life energy in an attempt to resuscitate them. It does not heal wounds sustained. Results may vary, but it cannot resuscitate anyone so he'd be dead for more than a minute. Reanimates the target using life energy, creating an undead minion for the duration. The minion follows the caster's orders, but has a limited intelligence and cannot speak. The minion can end the spell prematurely, but will only do so if ordered to by the caster. Once the spell is ended, the undead will return to being a dead body. Pulls all of the life energy from the target, resulting in instant death. This spell does not wound the target. Why do you know this, Wallace? You're 16! You've got just running around with Avada Kedavra! You understand the reason why he's studying this type of magic. But the spells in his compendium are still pretty gruesome. So terrifying that spells like this even exist. Sorry, I know I was being difficult. A long time ago, I showed my compendium to someone I trusted. After she saw my necromancy spells, she told everyone in the academy. That's also when Professor Bellwether started coming after me. I'm sorry, that must have been hard for you. But at least you had Iris. Eris. Yeah, I did. Wait, he said that in the past tense. Hello? How did you and Eris become friends anyway? Why is she terrified? No hint of fear from her. Are her fears related to Eris? Oh, it's a bit of a strange story. Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number off of my locker. Then they'd switch it with the one in another locker. They thought it was funny whenever the owner got angry with me. Eris had a bit of a reputation around our school. I'm not sure why, but everyone was scared of her, even the students from the nobility. It was probably due to some baseless rumours. One day, someone switched my nameplate with hers. I was so scared when she approached me I couldn't even say anything. But she didn't get angry like the others. She just apologised and gave me back my nameplate. After that, she randomly started talking to me whenever she saw me. We became friends after that. It's nice. It's a good thing he was able to find a friend in a place like that. I don't know, bruh. She's mega sus. So I have to ask, if it's caused you so much trouble, why are you still studying necromancy? I want to use it to become a doctor. Wait, did he learn necrotic blight for euthanasia purposes? I mean, I could understand why if he did that. Headmaster told us the same thing. You can't have stopped after learning the healing spells. You could have just stopped after learning the healing spells. Why are you learning spells that can steal people's life force and raise undead? Life and death are two sides of the same coin. That's the key principle behind necromancy. The first undead was actually a failed attempt to resurrect a human using magic. Wow, I never knew that. Right now, basic necromancy can only heal injuries and wounds, but it can't do anything for diseases or deformities. If I could just keep studying, I know that I could create a new type of necromancy. One that can cure diseases and save lives. He specifically wants to cure diseases. Did something happen to him to motivate him that much? Let's talk about Catherine. I think I can already guess the answer to this question, but how was your relationship with Catherine Bellwether? It's exactly what you'd expect. After word got out about what I was studying, Professor Bellwether would always target me. She'd start yelling at me for the smallest mistakes. She'd do that to some of the other students too, and she'd focus on the ones that were poor like me. That's terrible. I'd wake up each day dreading the possibility that she'd notice me in the hallways. I knew how to avoid her and stay out of her way, but sometimes she'd just come looking for me. I can't believe that after everything that she did, she's just gone. You must have mixed emotions about what happened. I honestly don't know what I feel about it. To be honest, I always wish she would just disappear. Now that it's finally happened, I just feel even more afraid. It feels like she's going to come back from the grave to haunt me. Even with Bellwether gone, his trauma will probably still linger. I think I'm starting to put things together now. We figured something out? Yeah, I just need to take some time to think through everything. The prosecution wants to implicate Wallace despite his alibi. They wouldn't have a reason to do this unless the evidence heavily implicated him. How does the evidence implicate Wallace? We've learned that Wallace is a necromancer, and he's the only person at the academy who's capable of high-level necromancy. A magical trace of necromancy was found on the body. There's a trace of necromancy on the body. This means that they think that Wallace used one of his necromancy spells. Even without seeing the traces, it's pretty obvious that magic was used on the body. Right, because there aren't any wounds on it. And the autopsy report found no signs of poison or disease. If I know Prosecutor Steelwind, she probably already has a theory on which spell he might have used. The prosecution will probably argue that Wallace used one of his spells to kill Bellwether. It's Necrotic Blight. They will probably say that he used Necrotic Blight. That makes sense. Necrotic Blight would have drained the life force from her body. But that doesn't explain the blood. Like, the fact that there's blood really implicates that she was killed in a far more physical manner, and then somebody used mend wounds to cover the wound up. At least that's what I'm going for right now. That's where the contradiction lies. I suppose that Wallace did kill Bellwether using Necrotic Blight. There's something at the crime scene that wouldn't be there if that were true. Yeah, it's blood. It's Bellwether's body was covered in blood. Necrotic Blight is a spell that doesn't inflict any physical wounds. There shouldn't have been any blood on the body. But then what really happened? That's the last piece. If I guess, the information we need is being hidden by one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Valentina. She's definitely hiding something. Do you notice how she reacted when I asked you to scan the room? Yeah, she ran away. She didn't even try to be subtle about it. With the way she reacted, I think she may be trying to hide herself from you detect magic. Which can only mean that there's a magical trace on her. I wonder what she's trying to hide. There's only one way to find out. The next time you see her, could you subtly cast detect magic and scan her? Alright, it's been a while since we talked to her, and Valerie mentioned that they still had work to do today. She might be back in the Academy's kitchen by now. Okay, hi Wallace. Sorry, just gonna save real quick. Alright, we're gonna go do kitchen stuff. Ah, those two are finally gone. I can finally get some cleaning done. Okay, there she is. Get her! Use detect magic to scan her from here. Right, just don't shout the incantation like you usually do. I know that. Alright, here goes. Repario Arcanum. What the... What is it? There's a trace of magic on her. I knew it. Which school of magic is it? It's Necromancy! There's a trace of Necromancy on her. What? Valentina's magical trace has been added to your notes. Someone cast a necromancy spell on her within the last 48 hours. What do we do now? You're not sure this fits in with everything. For now, let's talk to her and see if we can get more information out of her. You do necromancy, you! With all those spells, we can confront her with the evidence we have. Oh, it's you again! They're back. Okay, just relax. I'll have to just repeat what I told them last time. Unfortunately for her, that won't work this time. Miss Yanis, did you know there's a trace of necromancy on Bellwether's body? That's what he used to kill the professor, right? A necromancy spell. That's the thing. If that were true, a lot of the evidence we found doesn't make sense. I think someone else cast a spell on the body. Eee! Is it possible that you saw someone use magic on Bellwether? No, definitely not. Calm down, there's no way they know. Her thoughts are an open book now. If you beat her in an argument, her thoughts might show you what she's hiding. Valentina Yanis' psychological profile is complete. Let's argue him! She found the body alongside her sister and reacted strangely when you mentioned someone might use magic on the body. What is she hiding? Let's go! It's time to argue. Ooh. Miss Yanis, from the very beginning I felt like you've been hiding something from us. Valentina is more concerned with protecting herself than doing the right thing. She'll continue to hide her secrets unless she thinks that doing so is dangerous for her. She sees Wallace as a villainous necromancer will not feel pity for him. What are you talking about? My conscience is clear. Told you in the night everything I know. I've got nothing to hide. I need to stay calm. Use this against contradict a piece of evidence. Yeah. Miss Yanis, what you're saying and what you're thinking are clearly different. What does that even mean? Oh, well. I don't really know what you're talking about, but I'm telling the truth. Well, I thought that the proof was the magical trace on her. Alright. Contradict thoughts. I need to stay calm. Yeah, okay. What you're saying and what you're thinking are clearly different. What does that even mean? Okay, I guess it's not that. Empathy? It's clear to anyone how nervous you are. This is what I needed to do? Okay. I can practically see the fear you're emanating right now. Just tell us the truth. It'll be a lot easier for the both of us. Let's say I were hiding something. Which I'm not, by the way. I don't have to tell you anything. Why should I tell you anything? I know my rights. The client is innocent by withholding your testimony. You're condemning it to a wrongful conviction. She doesn't feel pity for him. You have nothing to lose by telling us what happened. I know that you're not the murderer. I'll make sure you're protected. That's to protect herself, yeah. You're already given your certainty inquisition. If the truth comes out, what do you think will happen when they realize you lied to them? Yeah, she's gonna... If she thinks she's in danger, she'll be out. You're already given your statement to the Inquisition. The truth comes out. What do you think will happen when they realize? Who are you protecting, Miss Yanis? You talk a big game. I bet you can't actually prove anything, can you? You think I'm lying to protect someone? I don't know anyone who can use magic. I don't even know any mages. I definitely don't see anyone use magic on the body. You can't hide the truth from us, Miss Yanis. What? You said you'd never even seen a necromancy spell before. If that were true, then why is there a trace of necromancy on you? Wait, what? There's a trace of necromancy on me? Oh, we didn't actually finish her off. Okay, cool. Well, she didn't know about the spell that was cast on her? No, that doesn't make any sense. If she didn't know about the trace, she wouldn't have avoided Celeste back then. There must be an explanation for this. You successfully argued against Valentina Yanis. Yeah. It was Valerie, wasn't it? We saw Valerie. This is crazy. Why is there a trace of necromancy on me? Am I gonna die? Am I gonna become a zombie? That's strange. Is she really unaware that a spell was cast on her? Or is she playing dumb? Why doesn't Valentina know that the spell was necromancy? She knows that someone used magic on her, but she doesn't know that spell was necromancy. The spell... Why doesn't know the spell? The spell, the person? The spell cast on Valentina healed her. Yeah, I think that's it. Not all necromancy spells relate to the undead. Healing spells are also from the spell in school necromancy. Healing spells? Oh, it was from that time she healed that cut. She? That implies she knows a mage who studies healing magic. Could that person be a student here? No, it's her flipping sister. Sorry, I just remembered that there's something else I have to do. I'll be right back. Hey, come back here. Ugh, she ran away again. I can catch her. There's no way she can outrun me. Take her down. No, the Inquisition is still stationed around the surrounding areas. They probably intervene if we start harassing one of the witnesses. That's true. But we weren't able to learn anything. Actually, I did learn one thing. She has a friend who cast a healing spell on her. Really? How did you figure that out? Good deductive reasoning. Wow. Well, healing magic is also a form of necromancy, right? I guess that explains the trace on her. It's a good thing we know Wallace. Otherwise, we might have also thought that Necromancer was trying to kill her. Wait a minute. That's it? What, did you figure something out? This whole time we've been wondering why there's a trace of necromancy on the body. It isn't because someone attacked Bellwether with a necromancy spell. It's because someone used necromancy to try to heal her. Oh, I see. It doesn't matter what type of necromancy spell someone uses. Spells from the same school of magic leave the same type of trace. It's not just that. The body clearly has blood on it. What would happen if someone used a healing spell on a wounded body? It would close all that body's wounds. In other words, it would remove any cuts or bruises. Well, interrogating Valentina might have been a dead end. But it still gives what we need to win the case. I'm not so sure that was a dead end. What do you mean? It's not that suspicious that she asked someone to heal her if she injured herself. But if it only that, why would she go to so much trouble to hide it? It's too coincidental. The wounds on the body were healed by an unknown person. And the person who found the body is hiding the identity of a healer. Can we find the other one and like detect magic on that one too? They have to be the same person. I guess that makes sense. So what do we do now? Valentina is definitely onto us. That we'll get a third chance to speak with her. Hopefully what we know now is enough to quit Wallace. You've done everything you can. Use what you've learned to poke holes in the prosecution's case. If that doesn't work, you can drag Valentina onto the witness stand and pull the truth out of her. Just hope that what she's hiding is enough to quit Wallace. Oh, hold on, we've still got something going on. I demand to know why you're still holding onto my rapier. It's a precious family heirloom and I want it back. It's evidence in the current case. Evidence? The professor was killed with necromancy. Was she, though? Why are you asking me? You're the one who investigated this. I suppose it doesn't matter. Just know that I will bring her murderer to justice, no matter who it may be. Who was that? Alright, I'll see you in the next part when we do the case. Alright. Alright, it's time for the trial, is what it says on the screen, but it's time for us to go. Let's see. Just take deep breaths and relax. Hi, Tyrion. Yes, Celeste. Don't sneak up on me like that. Why are you so nervous? Huh? Why are you nervous, huh? It's not as if this is your first time defending someone. I can't help it. There's something about this building that just fills me with anxiety. It's too bad Ruby couldn't make it. I'd say that you should calm down for Wallace's sake, but... There are so many people here. And they're all staring at me. Their eyes are prying into me like a pack of flesh-eating maggots. Gross. Don't worry, Wallace. Our investigation revealed a lot of weaknesses in the prosecution's case. We have a strong case for your acquittal. Okay. See? You can be confident when you want to be. It's strange. Something is calming about Wallace's anxiety. It's like he just absorbs the tension out of you and into himself. Huh, okay. So I guess that he, like, sponges all of it out? Alright. Woo! We're back in the courtroom! Hell yeah. Court is now in session for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready. Very well, let's begin the proceedings. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? The defendant is a student of the Wivengard Imperial Academy. Mr. Nightgrave is charged with first-degree murder, negligent misuse of the arcane arts, and illegal practice of advanced necromancy. Necromancy? Do you mean to tell me the defendant is a necromancer? I can't believe it! A necromancer in this day and age? How could the kingdom let this happen? Your Honor, I would like to remind the court that they should view my client objectively. Well, of course, but one can easily see it from the list of charges. Necromancy plays a large role in the charges. Indeed, the crime occurred within the academy this morning. The victim is Catherine Bellwether, a professor at the school. Although there were no witnesses, traces of necromancy were detected on the body. Furthermore, the autopsy report shows that the body has no physical wounds. I see. Necromancy is the only type of magic that can harm an individual without physically wounding them. Additionally, the alchemist report shows no sign of poison or disease. Therefore, one can only conclude that a necromancer had committed the crime. As many of you know, necromancy is held under high scrutiny by the Crown. Aside from the defendant, no other students were permitted to learn advanced necrotic magic. As such, the defendant was the only mage in that building capable of committing the murder. No, sadly not. I see, that is certainly compelling evidence. To properly present our case, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orm White to the stand. Oh no, not him again. His voice makes me, like, my throat dry. Commander White, please testify to the court about the Inquisition's findings. Yeah. Yeah. It started when the City Watch got a call from the Imperial Academy. Someone was attacked and the whole building was put on lockdown. We set up a perimeter around the area and waited for the lockdown system to deactivate. When we finally got into the building, the prosecutor personally inspected the body and detected traces of necromancy on it. There were no cuts or bruises on the body either. The entire body was clean. With those two pieces of evidence, we concluded it could only be the Necromancer kid that did it. The Inquisition's testimony is just as you expected. You've already found and identified the holes in Steelwind's case. All you have to do is find that hole in the Commander's testimony. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright, let's go. Started when the City Watch got a call from the Imperial Academy. Someone was attacked and the whole building was put in lockdown. Press that. What time did this call come in? A little after 3 PM. It was a few minutes after the murder was discovered. Right, you remember this was about the time the lockdown occurred? Okay. The lockdown can't be ended manually, so they must have been forced to wait for the 1 hour duration to elapse. How secure was the perimeter? Is it possible that someone slipped past you? The Inquisition was working in conjunction with the City Watch and the Kingsguard. With that many people at the scene, it's very unlikely that anyone escaped unnoticed. True, for better or for worse, the Kingdom will react quickly to protect a building filled with nobles. Okay, press this. Why did the prosecutor inspect the body instead of the Inquisition? Well, how I conduct the investigation is irrelevant to the proceedings. Or would you like to insinuate that I'm not as competent as Commander White? You don't question her competency. Yeah, she's pretty good. I agree, she is pretty damn good. While the court admits that the prosecutor's actions are unorthodox, we see no reason to question the prosecutor's abilities. Thank you, Your Honor. There were no cuts or bruises on the body either. The entire body was clean. How carefully was the body checked? Perhaps the prosecution missed something. The coroner couldn't find even the smallest cut, bruise, or fracture on the body, and the alchemist's report showed no signs of poison or disease. The coroner was actually astounded as to how unscathed the body was. That makes sense. If somebody just maimed wounds on the body, it would have healed even the most minor of injuries. The question is, how do you prove that? Press. And the prosecution believes that my client used necrotic blight. Yep, it's the only way the crime scene makes any sense. Necrotic blight? I'm afraid I've never heard of this spell before. Necrotic blight is a spell that drains the life force from its target. When used on a living human, it makes their bodily function cease, instantly killing them. I see. What a horrible spell! That child should never have been allowed to learn something like that. What were they thinking? Having a spell, that spell is not doing Wallace any favours. True, why did he even learn it? Like, it's really throwing holes in this case. We already investigated the crime scene, so we know that the Inquisition's theory contradicts one of the clues that we found. All you have to do is present that contradiction to the court. Yeah, this. I think it's, what was it? Yeah, the pool of blood. Objectification! Commander White, it appears you've neglected to mention one key detail of the crime scene. Yeah, and what's that? During your testimony, you said that the entire body was clean. I will admit that there weren't any wounds on the body. However, the body was most certainly not clean. At the scene of the crime, there was a large pool of blood located where the body was. This blood came from the victim's body, and it was definitely not clean like the commander testified. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but I fail to see the significance in this. I'd like to remind the court of the prosecution's case against my client. They're accusing him of murdering the victim using necrotic blight, a spell which would not have physically wounded the victim. So why was there any blood at all? Let's not get ahead of ourselves. Fact still stands, there was no wounds on the body, nor were there any reports of poison or disease on the autopsy. There are clearly magical elements in this case. But Catherine Bellwether was bleeding profusely at some point. How else would there be a blood stain on the body? Do you have an explanation for that, Miss Steelwind? No. I'll admit that the prosecution doesn't have an explanation for that. And while I do find the circumstances questionable, all other evidence clearly points to the defendant. Which spell would leave a trace of necromancy? If the victim wasn't killed with necromancy, why was there a trace of it on the body? I'm glad you asked. I'd like to present a spell that could have left a trace of necromancy on the body. It's called Mend Wounds. Mend Wounds? Correct me if I'm wrong, but isn't that a healing spell? That's correct, Your Honor. Spells from the School of Necromancy can control the forces of death and life. Mend Wounds is in fact a necromancy spell. Really now? I wasn't aware of this. Now I'd like the court to consider the following. What would happen if Bellwether was wounded and someone attempted to heal her using Mend Wounds? All of her wounds would disappear from her body. I see.
Objection!
Objection. Do you honestly think I'm that incompetent, Mr. Cuthbert? Frankly, I'm a little insulted. What? The Inquisition is well aware of what happens when a mage attempts to save a victim using Mend Wounds. The healers that arrived at the scene already confirmed that the victim was long dead. None of them attempted to heal her. Well, what if someone tried to heal her and didn't report it? Please, none of the healers would have anything to gain to do by doing so. In fact, as a necromancer, the defendant could easily carry out the described scenario. He could have cast Mend Wounds on the victim after murdering her to confound the investigation. But blood. The end of the day, the burden of the proof is on you. But if you could just find out who healed the body, this case is yours. And whoever this healer is, Valentina definitely knows her. Your Honor, I will admit that I don't have any evidence to support my theory. Bruh! Necrotic blight doesn't leave blood, and there was blood. The blood must have come from somewhere, and the Mend Wound spell means that the blood that came out from a wound is why the wound is not there. The Mend Wound spell is the reason. Which means that there's no plausible cause for a necromancy spell anymore. Like, the cause of death is clearly a wound. Why is this not obvious? However, I do believe we can bring it to light. There may have been two people that witnessed someone cast magic on the body. Valentina and Valerie Iannis, the sisters who discovered the body. This is nonsense. We've already questioned those two witnesses extensively. If they had witnessed something like that, it would have come up in their testimony. If that's true, then you have nothing to lose by hearing their testimonies. Very well. If you're so confident, let's hear the witness's testimony. It appears the prosecution has no objections. However, this line of questioning leads nowhere. We'll see no longer reason to prolong the trial. Do you understand, Mr. Cuthbert? Of course, Your Honor. Alright, we have one of them. Oh crap, it's that guy from before. Is he the Necromancer's lawyer? She just got on the stand and she's already stressed out. This could work in your favor. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name? Witness, there's no need to be so nervous. We merely want to hear about what you saw on the day of the murder. Right, it's just that guy over there, You mean Mr. Cuthbert? Did this man harass you, witness? Wait a minute. Yeah! He, super harassed me! Oh god, no. We're gonna get thrown out of court for harassment now. How shameful. I expect a member of our justice system to behave more professionally. Why are you believing her? Oh, shut up. Anyways, please state your name and occupation for the court, Miss Iannis. Just calm down, you can't prove anything. My name is Valentina Iannis. I'm a member of the kitchen staff at the Wyvern Imperial Academy. As I recall, you were one of the witnesses who discovered the body. Apparently, the defense finds your involvement suspect. Merp. Rest assured, Miss Iannis, in this courtroom you will be protected from Mr. Cuthbert's harassment. Ugh. Now please testify to the court on what happened that day. Yeah. Witness testimony. I was walking with my sister in the West Wing when we noticed something in a nearby classroom. We looked over to see what it was, then we saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. My sister tried her best to help her, but the professor had already lost a lot of blood. While my sister did that, I used an emergency communication device to call for help. Your sister being a necromancer, yes. But it was too late. By the time her bleeding stopped, she'd already lost too much blood. If your theory is true, that means she just lied in her testimony. She's definitely holding something back. She definitely saw more than she's letting on. You just need to prove that somehow. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright, so clearly we need to, expose her sister as a necromancer. Didn't they put them both up here? Why is there only one up here? Where were you two coming from? We came from the kitchen. We were taking a break after the lunch rush. The cafeteria is on the west side of the academy. It's believable that it'd be on that side of the building. What did you see in the classroom, Miss Iannis? Did you notice anything strange in the lecture hall? Well, there was that terrible smell. It was awful. I almost couldn't see because of how much I was tearing up. But other than that, I was mostly focused on the professor. Makes sense, it would be hard to notice anything else. I mean, yeah, I don't see how this is... this is wrong at all. She tried to help her. Miss Iannis, how exactly did your sister try to help Miss Bellwether? What? I slipped up. Oh, my sister used first aid to try to stop the bleeding. I see. Could you please add that detail to your testimony? Yeah, sure. She used first aid and applied pressure to her wound to stop the bleeding. Is this where we, present this? Yeah, autopsy report. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Oops. What are you looking at me like that? Maybe I can elaborate, Miss Iannis. You weren't present in the gallery earlier, were you? No, I was waiting in the lobby. Lady Steelwind told me to wait there. Well, I suppose I should consider myself lucky. You see, Miss Iannis, one key element of this case is that the body didn't have any wounds on it. Yeah, so? So please explain to the court, Miss Iannis. How did Valerie apply first aid when there shouldn't have been any wounds on the body? What? No, I screwed up. There's clearly something amiss here. But I'm afraid I don't fully understand the implications of this. Are you accusing the witness of committing perjury, Mr. Cuthbert? No, they're not committing perjury. They simply haven't noted that the first aid applied by her sister was necromancy magic. When someone lies, they stay as close to the truth as possible while changing minute details. In her thoughts, Valentina said that she was sure that she saw a wound on Bellwether. She also mentioned that Valerie was the one who tried to save the professor. If she didn't try to save Bellwether with first aid, could she have used magic instead? Her sister could be the mage that you were looking for. The witness was lying, Your Honor, but not about everything. Valerie Iannis did try to save the victim's life by addressing her wounds. But she didn't use first aid, she used magic. No, he found us out. So, yeah, everybody be committing perjury. I'm sorry, Mr. Cuthbert, but your theory is completely flawed. Ah, yes, your theory. They are fixing these. I've noticed in the patch notes the typos are getting fixed. Don't worry about it. It's not their fault. I imagine there was a lot of text in this game. How so, Miss Steelwind? Well, it's quite simple. We've already verified that neither of the sisters are mages. Oh, have you? Have you verified that? What? Wait, how can you be so sure? During the investigation, we had both the Yandere sisters attuned to a spell compendium. It's standard procedure for the Inquisition when interviewing witnesses. That means... That's correct. Neither of the Yandere sisters could attune to a compendium. Oh, really? But what if they already have one? Ah, that's right. The Inquisition checked us both. Neither of us are mages. What if they just checked you twice? Damn it, what are you wrong about Valerie being a mage? No, that can't be right. I thought said he found us out. That means you were on the right track. Valerie has to be the mage you're looking for. Celeste, is it possible for a mage to hold a spell compendium and avoid attuning to it? No, it just needs to be on their person. When I was arrested, the Inquisition also made me attune to one of their spell compendiums. They were really careful to make sure that I did the attunement correctly. There's no way a mage could avoid to a compendium with them watching you. Right, Commander White might be negligent sometimes, but even he isn't that reckless. Now, if you're done, I do believe that you've exhausted all your options. Wait, I'm still not done cross-examining this witness. What could you possibly hope to glean from her testimony? Valentina should be stressed out enough to see more of her thoughts. But you can't exactly say that you're planning to read her mind. There's one key element of her testimony that the court is overlooking. I have a right as an attorney to complete my cross-examination. Your Honor, the defense is clearly trying to buy time. I might be compelled to agree with you. However, I'll also admit that some elements of the witness's testimony are quite peculiar. I will allow the defense to perform one more cross-examination. That was close. But know that this is your last chance, Mr. Cuthbert. If you produce nothing substantial, I will pass my verdict. Of course, Your Honor. Alright, it's all or nothing. If you can't find anything by reading her mind, this whole case is finished. Yeah, we're gonna just read her mind for this. Witness, please give your testimony once more. Okay. Damn it, how long does he plan to keep me up here? Like I said, my sister and I saw Miss Bellwether bleeding on the ground. We rushed over to her. I was definitely surprised when I saw her like that. Now that you mention it, I don't know if I saw any wounds on her, but I definitely saw blood. I can't go back on that now, I just need to play dumb. My sister tried to save her, but she didn't use any magic. Valerie, you're too kind-hearted for your own good. Neither of us are mages. Both of us held that book the knights gave us. I was caught on guard when they asked us. They almost found us out. The commander was watching us the whole time, he can confirm it. It's a good thing that we're twins, or else that trick wouldn't have worked. Yeah, it was just the same twin twice. What are we going to do? They have pretty hard proof that Valerie isn't a mage. Valerie is the mage we're looking for, I'm sure of it. I'm just not sure why they felt the need to lie to the Inquisition. And more importantly, how did they trick the Inquisition? Alright. So the one that we need to press, we'll press this. It's a good thing they're twins. Did you pull some sort of trick to deceive the Inquisition while attuning, Miss Aeanis? Of course not. We know that lying to the Inquisition would get us in trouble. Why would either of us take a risk like that? Lying as an unregistered mage is a serious crime. If Valerie was a mage, then you would have been charged with fraud right then and there. Yeah, but we already proved that neither of us are mages. Uh-huh. The eye seems to differ. Alright, let's get some interpretations out of that. Find the thought that gives you thread to pull on. You find the thought that implies how they did it. Find the thought that holds the clue and interpret it to proceed. Alright, so let's go and interpret.
Objection!
I object with my mind. The witness's testimony contradicts what she truly thinks. Oh, okay. I have an instinct for this sort of thing. Mr. Cuthbert, your instincts do not make for concrete evidence. I can't believe I have to explain this to you. Right. Well, you can't exactly say that you can see your thoughts. Oh, right, okay. So I need to interpret this one instead. Yeah. Mr. Ionis, your thoughts betray you. What? You found the thought. They must have done something, but what? It must have happened when Commander White was interrogating them. Orm was the one who collected their statements. Do you notice anything off about their behaviour? From what he said, they had a few quirks, but nothing too suspicious. Oh yeah, they were acting hyperactive and moving around all the time. Quirks? He told me they were running and spinning around him during questioning. What does that mean? I have no idea. Perhaps they were still on edge after finding their co-worker murdered. Yeah, so they were basically swapping. The thoughts also said it's a good thing we're twins. How did the twins twick the Inquisition? Twick? They twicked them! Valentina switched places with Valerie. Where's Valerie? There's Valerie. Of course, they switched places. Valentina attuned to the first spell compendium, then she pretended to be Valerie to attune to the second one. Commander White couldn't tell the difference between them. Miss Ionis, there's something I want to confirm. During the investigation, both you and Valerie attuned to a spell compendium. Am I correct? Yeah, that night watched us do it. And how did he have you do this? Did you both attune to these compendiums at the same time? Or did you attune one after the other? What? I fail to see how that makes any difference, Miss Cuthbert. Mr. Cuthbert. Yes, I agree. The spell compendiums would work regardless of what order they went in. You may not be aware of this, Your Honor, but Valerie and Valentina are identical twins. Which means that their physical appearances are nearly identical to each other. If Commander White didn't have them attuned at the same time, what would stop the twins from switching places with each other?
Objection!
Oop. This is clearly nothing but baseless conjecture. Orm wouldn't fail at such a basic task. Really, Prosecutor Stillwind? Do you find it hard to believe that Commander White would fail at a task like this? Wait a minute, this is crazy. We didn't trick the Inquisition. Neither of us are mages. Then prove it, Miss Ionis. Bring in your sister and have you attuned to 2 spell compendiums at the same time. No, wait. Aren't those things expensive? Would the court really do that? Order in the court. It's clear we won't get anywhere unless we test the defense's theory. Bailiff, escort Valerie Ionis to the stand and bring 2 unattuned spell compendiums. Okay, and we've got her now, yeah. Oh, this is Valerie. They've both had their hands on these compendiums for the last 10 minutes. There's no way they can fake it in front of this many people. Alright, it's the moment of truth. You can only hope your theory is correct. No, did he seriously? What is it, Prosecutor Steelwind? What do you see? What I see is Commander White seeking new employment in the near future. It appears the defense was correct. Valentina Ionis isn't a mage, but Valerie Ionis is. How would that work for twin sisters, man? What's more, Valerie Ionis' compendium contains the Mend Wound spell, which makes the defense's theory entirely plausible. Please, just allow me to explain. We should allow you to explain what exactly? You're an unregistered mage. And you and your sister have made fools out of all of us with your perjury. Well, how would you know what it's like, Lady Steelwind? What? Did you think we wouldn't notice your name? You're not like us, you don't have to hide. Whatever, this whole situation has gotten out of hand. I didn't think hiding it would cause so much trouble. I don't want like someone go to prison because of me, even if he is a necromancer. But you've got necromancy too! Please, let me testify about what I saw. I'll tell you what really happened that day. Very well, but understand there'll be no repercussions for your actions, witness. No, there will be repercussions for your actions. Yes, I know. Witness testimony. My sister and I were walking in the hallway from the kitchen to the foyer, and I suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in a nearby classroom. Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close her wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead. Alright then. There was a hole in her stomach? Your Honor, as you can clearly see from the witness's testimony, the trace of necromancy was left by the witness, not my client. What's more, it's clear that there was a physical wound on the body. I see, well, his words trail off. He clearly doesn't want to pass a verdict when there's no clear culprit. But he has no choice. The case against Wallace is predicated on Bellwether being killed by necromancy. With Valerie's testimony, the prosecution doesn't have a shred of evidence implicating him. Ah, very well. The court sees no reason to prolong this trial. With the new developments, the court has no choice but to find Wallace Nightgrave not...
Objection!
Oh boy, here she goes. I believe the court is ignoring one key detail of the witness's testimony. And what would that be, Miss Steelwind? Let's re-examine the witness's testimony. Valentina uses a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. I saw that she was bleeding, so I cast Mend Wounds on her to close her wounds. But it was too late. I closed the hole in her stomach, but she was already dead. Wait, huh? No, wait, there's something wrong here. The communication device that Valentina Ayanis used logs the time of day during each use. From this log, we know that Valentina used this device at 3:04 PM. This was an hour after the time of death? Wait, what the fuck? So does that mean that she was a zombie walking around for an hour beforehand? Where are you going with this? Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found. Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. I was cleaning the halls. Bellwether knocked over a vase. There were shards and dirt everywhere. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. 20 to 30 minutes before the body was found. Do you see the discrepancy, Mr. Cuthbert? Wait, that can't be right. Bellwether died more than an hour before the body was found. So how did Jan see her half an hour after her death? I wonder, Mr. Cuthbert. How could one make a dead body move and walk around? No, you can't mean. There was more than one piece of evidence that pointed to a necromancer committing the crime. The defendant murdered the victim and used necromancy to animate her corpse. An undead? Created within the academy? How reprehensible. That's ridiculous. She had a hole in her stomach when the twins found her. Jan Hughes would have noticed that. Animate corpse stops the flow of blood, so she wouldn't have tracked blood anywhere. The defendant is also proficient with illusion magic. He could have easily used an illusion spell to hide the undead Bellwether's wounds. But another party could have easily used illusion magic to disguise themselves as the victim. If that were true, how did they move the body to the classroom? Miss Steelwind, if your theory is true, it would mean that the murder occurred elsewhere. Would the Inquisition happen to know where? Regrettably, we do not. Then the prosecution's case against my client is still faulty. You can't convict my client without more evidence. I agree with Mr. Cuthbert. With these new developments, the court sees it fit to suspend the trial for the time being. It will give law enforcement time to investigate these unknowns. Court proceedings for this case will resume tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. Wow, that was a quick one. Yeah, it's like, what, half an hour? I guess we need to go investigate some more then. Hey, are you feeling okay? A body is seen moving around an hour after death. It clearly wasn't Bellwether. At the very least, she wasn't alive when this happened. So what was it? Tyrion? There's illusion magic involved. There has to be. But which spell was it? Could it have been illusionary disguise? Tyrion! What? You've been quiet since the trial ended. You are making me worried. Sorry, I was just thinking about what Steelwind said. You mean about her theory? Oops. It's a little creepy when you think about it. Do you really think someone turned the professor into an undead? I don't think so. The prosecution's case is hinged on one clear fact. That Wallace was the only high-level necromancer nearby. We have to assume that he's the only person capable of using that type of magic. But then how was she walking around? I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. It's a given that Wallace didn't touch the body, so we can discount the use of high-level necromancy. No matter what, someone used an illusion. But aren't there spells that can create freestanding illusions, not just disguises? I honestly don't know. We need to talk to someone who knows about that type of magic. Wait, didn't Eris say that she was studying illusion magic? She might be able to tell us if something like that is possible. Or she's the murderer? Question mark? Is that really a good idea? What do you mean? What if she's the one who created the illusion? Yeah, see? Good for you, Celeste. Good on you. What? You're detecting fear from her again. Celeste, are you scared of Eris? What? No! I saw it this morning too. You always get really scared when she's around. Oh, I thought I was doing a better job of hiding it. Sorry, it's not based on anything real, but... For years I've been working as a mercenary. When you do that kind of work, you build up an instinct to sense danger. You kind of have to if you want to stay alive. Sorry, I never knew. Tyrion, I fought literal monsters and barely escaped with my life. But when I'm near Eris, none of those creatures even come close. I get this feeling. It's like I'm in front of a predator that I couldn't ever hope to beat. Every instinct I have tells me to run whenever she's nearby. Really? But she doesn't seem that dangerous. Did you not see the crazy, thing that she did before? I know, I think maybe I'm just anxious or something. I should know better than anyone not to judge people by their appearance. Sorry, forget I said anything. If you think we should talk to her, then we should do that. You're not one to discount Celeste's instincts. She's always been reliable. And if Eris is making her scared, that must mean something. But if Eris is really that dangerous, then that's all the more reason to talk to her. But aside from that, there was also something else that the prosecutor said. Mr. Cuthbert, there was a witness who saw the victim before the body was found, Jan Hughes. He, along with another witness, spotted Bellwether walking in the hallways before the body was found. She said, along with another witness. That means there was another witness that saw Bellwether walking around. Was it the headmaster, maybe? Right, Jan probably isn't the most reliable witness. So talking to that other person might help us figure out what happened. But do you think Steelwind will tell us who that witness is? At this point, we won't lose anything by trying. In any case, it looks like you have your work cut out for you. Now then, where should we start? Alright, here we go again! More stoof, woo! We're going to a cemetery, nice. Tyrion, what are we doing here? I'm not sure. For some reason, you felt drawn to this place. Wait, is that Eris? Celeste points further into the cemetery. There you see Eris standing in front of a gravestone. She's placing flowers on it, appears to be chanting a short prayer. Well, we found her. We should probably talk to her later. It would be rude to disturb her now. As you're about to leave, Eris suddenly turns to face you. She's far away, but you can see her beckoning you over. Oh, hello there. Were you two looking for me? Sorry, we were looking for you. But we understand if you'd rather talk later. No, I was just finishing up here. Did you have something you wanted to talk to me about? Well, we wanted to ask you some questions about the case. Oh? What should we present to her here? Oh, yeah, now let me present my badge. Really now? I can't tell you everything you need to get through this case. What would be the fun in that? Okay. Why did she randomly say that? Let's talk to her about Bellwether's autopsy, maybe. Oh, she's just gonna keep saying that. Gotcha. Talk about the trial. That was my first time watching a court trial. You were truly remarkable. Thank you. Were you in the gallery? I've always enjoyed watching physical battles in the theatre, but I see now that battles of wits can be just as entertaining to watch. Entertaining? Yeah, I know what you mean. You see, the odds are stacked against him, but then he suddenly pulls out this crazy deduction and sees the trial in his favour. I never really thought of it like that. But I'm sure it's far more entertaining to be the one making the deductions. I'm not really sure what you mean. I practice law so that I can help those persecuted by the justice system. I don't really do it to entertain myself. But is that really true? Don't you find the experience even the least bit entertaining, Tyrion? What the fuck? I wouldn't really put it that way. You're far too modest. You save people from the clutches of death. To your clients, you might as well be their knight in shining armour. What is with this girl? Earlier you said you were studying illusion magic. I am. Did you want to ask me about the prosecution's theory? Yes, actually. How did you know? It was easy to guess after seeing you in the courthouse. Anyways, disguising an undead with an illusion is definitely possible. And as Lady Steelwind said, illusory disguise would be the best spell to use for that. What if someone created a freestanding illusion? A freestanding illusion? Yeah, we know that Wallace didn't animate in disguise to the Professor's corpse. So what if the illusion wasn't disguising anything? Maybe someone created a freestanding illusion of Bellwether walking around. For something like that, one would probably use Major Illusion. Major Illusion would be added to your notes. Creates a three-dimensional illusion. The illusion can take the form of any object or creature that can be contained within a 10-foot cube. When concentrating, the caster can animate and move the image to a different location within range. The illusion is purely visual and can't be physically touched. But it knocked over a vase, so it can't be that. I don't think Major Illusion is what we're looking for. You know what Jan said? There's cleaning a mess in the hallways. Bellwether knocked over a vase and there were shards and dirt everywhere. If the Bellwether that Jan saw was a major illusion, then she couldn't have knocked over that vase. Illusions created by that spell don't have any mass. I see, how perceptive of you. Aren't there any other illusion spells that do have mass? No, illusions can only recreate visual and auditory sensations. But there isn't a single illusion spell that someone can touch. So that means that someone disguised something to make it look like Bellwether. Why the look of suspicion, Celeste? Sorry, I wasn't... Calm down. I'm only joking. I don't blame you for considering every possibility. In fact, I'm flattered you think I'm capable of pulling off such an elaborate ruse. Anyways, this does tell us one important thing. Sorry, that's Tyrion. Anyways, this does tell us one important thing. What's that? The Bellwether that John saw had a physical mass to it. It wasn't a freestanding illusion, it was someone or something disguised as Bellwether. John's statement has been updated. The Bellwether witnessed by Jan Hughes must have been disguised from an illusion. In addition to that, whoever he saw that day was physically there. So, it could have been one of the automatons. Like, I don't think... Yeah, she didn't talk to anyone, so it could have just been the automaton. It's quite a shame, isn't it? Eris looks pensively at the gravestone. The name on the stone says Emily Grant, and her lifetime appears to be awfully short. She must have been only 12 years old when she died. Sorry for interrupting you. Was she someone you knew? Not personally. I'm actually here on Wallace's behalf. Wallace knew her? Wallace joined the Academy as part of a program run by Headmaster Redmond. At the time, the Headmaster was reaching out to mages among the common folk. He had started a program to admit these mages to the Academy without having to pay tuition. Both Emily and Wallace were among those mages. Wow, that must have been an amazing opportunity for them. The truth is, neither of them actually cared about learning magic. The real problem was that Emily had a terminal illness. She and Wallace were poor orphans, and they obviously didn't have the resources to treat it. But if they enrolled in the Academy would be obligated to give her medical treatment. The Imperial Academy teaches the best mages in the kingdom. They thought that curing her illness would be an easy task for the Academy's healers. But they were mistaken, I'm afraid. I'm sure you know this by now, but healing spells can only treat wounds, they can't cure illness. Emily's condition only got worse over the years and eventually she succumbed to her illness. Wallace was furious. He didn't understand why the kingdom was outlawing magic that could save lives. And that's why he decided to learn it himself. Yes, the headmaster was inspired by Wallace's resolve. He gave him access to the Academy's forbidden tomes of necromancy, and Wallace taught himself the spells that he knows today. So that's why. It was supposed to stay a secret between him and the headmaster. But I'm sure you know how that turned out. Glitching everywhere. Right, so let me just show you the, like, anything that might be worthwhile. No, she's not doing that. Is there anything here? Maybe the classroom smell. No, there's nothing that she can help with that. Let me just check the gravestone. It's the grave of Emily Grant. It's a shame she died so young. You briefly say a brief prayer to... You briefly say a brief prayer? Okay. It's a grave for an individual you don't know. It'd be best to leave it undisturbed. Yeah, probably. Okay.
Repario Arcanum.
Well, I didn't think so. Do we have anything else we can do with Iris here? No, can't. Maybe there's something in the library. Oh, it's you, Mr. Cuthbert. Steelwind, what are you doing here? After what happened at the trial yesterday, I decided it'd be best to start my investigation here. Right, Wallace was in the library for the entire morning, so it makes sense she'd start her search here. Actually, since I have you here, have you seen Eris Ilmarter anywhere? It's my understanding that you're both acquainted with each other. Eris, what do you want with her? It's not for anything serious, mind you. It's just that Oath of a Commander lost her spell compendium. Oh, I really wanted to see hers. Now we need her to produce another one for our records. If you see her, please let her know we'd like to speak to her. We saw her earlier in the cemetery nearby, but I have no idea where she is now. Ugh, once again, I have to compensate for that idiot's mistakes. It's Magic Gumshoe. Anyways, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions about the case. Very well, I suppose I still need to honour our deal from earlier. Maybe I should tell her about, like, some of the leads we've gotten. Like, she seems kind of cool. Have you had any luck finding the scene of the crime? Unfortunately, I haven't. From the witnesses' testimonies, we have a rough idea of the route Bellwether took. But none of the rooms we've checked have any sign of a struggle. Why are you so sure that a struggle happened? I am mainly basing that off the Iannis' sister's testimony. Valerie in particular noticed that the bleeding came from a wound in her stomach. Regrettably, the body's wounds were mended, so we can't determine what kind of weapon the murderer used. Right, so we know that the murder was physical, but we also know that the body was moved via necromancy, maybe. During the trial, you mentioned that another witness saw Bellwether walking around yesterday. Would you be willing to tell us who that person is? Unless they disguised one of the automatons as Bellwether and had a, like, collapse there, and then the automaton just leaves. I'm sorry, but I can't help you with that. Got a little off guard. You've been pretty transparent with your investigation so far. What's changed? I have no obligation to justify myself to you. Nor do I have the obligation to help the opposition. Didn't we have a deal? Oh, didn't we have a deal? Hiding information doesn't exactly seem fair to us. I believe I've given you plenty of information already. So regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. The Eye of Horus catches a stray thought from her. Her family is dangerous. Bellwethers? What does that mean? Is there something about the witness's family that you're worried about? Or is it Eris's? No, the witness's family? No, this could be a feint. I'm sorry, but you have to try harder than that if you want to bluff me. She referred to the witness as her. Furthermore, she said that her family is dangerous. Why would she go to such lengths to hide the witness's identity? In any case, it looks like she's not willing to share anymore at the moment. Maybe you should try looking somewhere else. Who's the witness? With a dangerous family. Globes, yeah, isn't travelling through the border heavily restricted? Oh, there's more added to this since Steelwind's here. Oh, don't worry, I won't report you. Can't exactly blame you for wanting to leave. There's murders everywhere, ain't there? Library's full of books for education purposes. It's too bad they don't have any fictional books. Were you looking for a novel to read? Yeah, I was hoping they'd have some mystery novels I could read. You like mystery novels? Of course! Why'd you think I like this job so much? Damn, Celeste, you are a delight. I've never really been a fan of the mystery genre. What? But your whole career is about solving mysteries! Exactly, it's exhausting. Scooby-Doo don't be reading detective novels. When I read a novel, I just want to read about simple fantasy novels and classic heroes. I guess that does make sense. What about you, Steelwind? I don't really have time for such things. That's a shame. You're missing out.
Prepario Arcanum.
There is no magic here. Alright, I guess now we move to, Foyer. Alright,
Prepario Arcanum.
well, there's nothing gonna be there. Yeah. So, this is just where we talk to Celeste. I guess we go to the locker room? Are we allowed in here? You spent some time wandering through the academy when you overhear a conversation from a nearby room. From what I understand, Miss Steelwind has already moved the investigation elsewhere. How long must I wait before I can retrieve my things? Sorry, old-timer. Orders are orders. Nothing comes in or out until this case is over and done with. Commander White? And the headmaster too? Oh, hello, Mr. Cuthbert. Hey, kid. In any case, there are other matters I must attend to. Please inform me when I can reclaim my things. Sure. It looks like Commander White is standing guard in front of this locker room. It doesn't look like he's conducting any sort of investigation. Is he here on Steelwind's orders? He might be able to tell you who this secret witness is. Yeah, let's trick him. Let's trick him good. The headmaster. What's the headmaster talking to you about? Supposedly, he has some items stored in one of the faculty lockers. Problem is, Steelwind said no one gets in or out of this room. Except for her and you two, apparently. She won't even let the other knights in here. Really? Is that normal? Nope, but things rarely are when she's calling the shots. Why would she give you access to the crime scene if she wasn't even letting the knights in? Steelwind's orders have been anti-notes, with the exception of you and Celeste McCoy. Prosecutor Steelwind isn't allowing anyone inside key areas of the academy. She isn't even allowing the Knights of the Inquisition within these areas. She appears to be conducting the investigation single-handedly. I don't know what her deal is, but she's been acting strange lately. She's been real paranoid, that girl. Frankly, I can't tell what's going on through her head. So I can just go in. You mentioned that the prosecutor has been paranoid lately. Do you think it has something to do with this case? No, it started way before that. Lately, she's been using the Inquisition to investigate a lot of non-magical homicides. What? Would it be easier to work with the relevant law enforcement for that? I don't know why, but she's convinced that these cases have magic involved. We scanned each and every one of those crime scenes. Nothing turned up. I got to say though, if it weren't for the scans, I might actually agree with her. Why do you agree with that? Why'd you say that? Those homicides. I haven't never seen anything like them. They're probably some of those screwed up cases I've ever handled. For one of those cases, we had ourselves a disgruntled spouse. She found out that her man was going around with a barkeep. And you know what that spouse does? She stalks the poor woman. She starts leaving threatening notes all around where she worked. The barkeep told the city watch all about what was happening. But no matter how much they staked out the tavern, they could never catch the perp. Then one day, the barkeep arrived home. But little did she know the spouse was waiting there for her. The poor lady never had a chance. And then to tie the whole thing together, the spouse waits for her husband to get home. She cooks him a big roast using the barkeep's... Is this School Days? Is this just the plot of School Days? God damn it. Wow, that story is pretty... I know. Steelwind thinks someone's developed a new type of magic that can control people's minds. And these homicides are some kind of sick test run. Magic can control people's minds? It's Code Geass. Why wouldn't Mage Blight make more sense? Mage Blight? When a mage overuses their magic, it can have pretty bad consequences on their mind. They temporarily lose grip of reality and begin seeing things that aren't there. When a mage becomes like that, it almost never ends well. They enter a frenzy and begin firing spells randomly, which only make it worse. I've seen my fair share of Mage Blight cases, and this isn't like that. Not all the perps were mages. The ones that were didn't even use their magic. One thing was that each of the perps almost seemed to wake up after we arrested them. All of them said things like, "It wasn't me," or "I didn't have a choice." They didn't have a choice? What could that mean? I doubt it means anything. Sometimes people can't face the things they've done. It's easier to say that you had no control than to take responsibility. Alright, let's talk about the witness. Your interview can mislead the commander into revealing who the secret witness is. During the trial, Miss Steelwind mentioned that someone other than Jan Hughes saw Bellwether walking around. Have you seen them around lately? We wanted to speak with them. Ha, nice try, kid. Well, it was worth a shot. Honestly, I couldn't tell you if I wanted to. I don't think anyone other than Steelwind knows who this witness is. I sure as hell don't. What? She's hiding it from the Inquisition commander? Why is she being so secretive? Looks like the commander doesn't know who the secret witness is either. Ugh, this isn't getting us anywhere. Steelwind's behaviour is strange, though. Perhaps you could try analysing her behaviour. If you do that, you might be able to find a way to convince her to help you. Okay, Steelwind's behaviour has been strange this time around. She's hiding elements of the case, even from the commander. Anyone can tell that she doesn't have much faith in him. I'm standing right here. But this is the first time we've seen her hide key details of a case from him. What is motivating Steelwind to keep secrets? There must be a reason why she's being so secretive. I don't think it's paranoia. I think it's logic. No, the Academy is a large building. No matter how competent she is, she can't possibly carry out a search of this scale by herself. From a logical standpoint, it would make more sense for her to utilize the entirety of the Inquisition. So it's... okay. I thought that the reason the story was saying paranoia so much was they wanted you to try and, like, you know, rethink that maybe she's got a different angle, but no, I guess not. Her actions must be driven by paranoia. She's been hoarding information about the case. There's only one reason why she wouldn't utilize the Inquisition like she usually does. It's because she doesn't trust them. I hate to say it, but that doesn't really surprise me. She's always been standoffish with us. But there is one exception. Who has Steelwind trusted for this case? There are individuals that she's trusted more than the Inquisition during this case. It's us. She allows to investigate the crime scenes without any restrictions. Yeah, I never really thought about that. Does she trust us that much? I don't think personal trust is the reason. Why does Steelwind trust us this time? We don't usually interact with her, and she's worked with the Inquisition on plenty of cases that we weren't even involved in. So it's Tyrion is capable of why does okay, Tyrion isn't a member of the Inquisition. There's a key difference between us and the Inquisition. We don't answer anyone we aren't subject to corruption. So why would that make Steelwind trust us this time? Tyrion is... well, it can't be... what? Tyrion is isn't a member of the faculty? Why would that make... what? The bear? Wallace is... controlled by the faculty? Okay, I'm confused about this one now. Okay. Steelwind is controlled by the nobility? Nope. Steelwind isn't controlled by the Inquisition? No? Okay. Well, it has to be about the Inquisition, right? So, Tyrion isn't capable of murder? Isn't an employee of them? No. Isn't controlled by them? We aren't... don't answer to anyone, and we aren't subject to corruption. So why would that make Steelwind trust us this time? The headmaster is controlled by the nobility? Tyrion isn't able to use magic? Tyrion isn't capable of magic. No. Okay. Tyrion is capable of using magic? Oh, this is nuts. Alright, so... Tyrion isn't controlled by the Inquisition. Tyrion isn't an employee of the Inquisition. Tyrion isn't a member of the Inquisition. I'm confused here. It said a key difference, so it's not Tyrion. It's Tyrion isn't an employee of the Inquisition. Steelwind. Why would that make Steelwind trust us? So it can't be about Steelwind. Steelwind is controlled by the nobility. An employee of the nobility or a member of the nobility? No. No. Wallace isn't capable of using magic. Yeah, okay. Tyrion is controlled by... No, okay. Why does she trust us? I'm really confused. Tyrion is an employee of... So it must be like... Right, what does it say specifically? There's a key difference between us and the Inquisition. We don't answer anyone and we aren't subject to corruption. So why would that make us trust us? Well, that would imply that the Inquisition could be, like, part of the nobility. The headmaster is controlled by the nobility. So, Wallace isn't controlled by the nobility or the faculty. Tyrion isn't controlled by the faculty or an employee of the faculty or a member of the faculty. Oh, good God. What is it? What am I supposed to say? Why does she trust us? Why does she trust us? Because she's an employee of the nobility? So it's one of these. It's not about Wallace, it's about specifically us or Steelwind. So it's Tyrion isn't controlled by... No, it's not using magic. Oh my God, finally! Steelwind doesn't know much about us, but she does know that we aren't prone to noble corruption. Right, it was about the nobility. Right, you indicted a noble during the last case. Meanwhile, the Inquisition usually bends to the nobility's whims. Well, I can't argue with you there. What can you infer about the secret witness? Using my insight, I can tell she's worried about the witness's family. If she's worried about corruption from the nobility, that can only mean one thing. The witness is a noble. The witness has to belong to a noble family. That's why she was so wary of interference. But we're obviously not going to do anything corrupt. Why is she hiding the witness's identity from us? Recall seeing a thought through the eye. Her family is dangerous. So regardless of what I said before, the answer is still no. I think she's worried about our safety. Yeah, I guess harassing a noble could put you in danger. But I'm the protege of the infamous Ruby. I'm the protege of the infamous Ruby Tamora. Yeah, it's not as if we aren't already on the nobility's bad side. I'm sure the Pierce family still has it out for us. I can only mean the family we're dealing with is even more powerful than House Pierce. If the prosecutor is wary of them, they could even be as powerful as the Steelwinds. Wait, don't tell me you're dealing with one of the 4 pillars. 4 pillars? It's a name people use for the top 4 noble houses. These families stand at the top of the kingdom's aristocracy. If I recall correctly, the 4 pillars are House Freyga, House Von Sanctus, House Sybil, and House Steelwind. Steelwind is part of them? Yeah. Which makes it so much weirder she's serving as a prosecutor. The 4 pillar families have been added to your notes. What is it? Steelwind's weird behaviour all started after she investigated this room. We were at the crime scene and she left to follow a lead. But an hour later she came back to the lecture hall and booted everyone out. Her behaviour changed after investigating this room. That means that she found something here. And that something must point to the family from the 4 pillars. Commander looks a little bit anxious. You know, Steelwind's orders say I can't snoop around here, but you two on the other hand. Don't worry, just leave it to us. I have some school records that say which locker belongs to which student. You can use it to tell whose locker you're looking at. Alright, let's see it. Examine. Oh, there's an arcane construct in the back here. It's probably hit with the students. Oh, that's going to be a key thing. I don't think it's relevant to our investigation. It might be. Perhaps you should make a small note of it anyways. Construct in the locker room. There appears to be an inactive arcane construct in the academy locker room. You use the legend that Commander gave you. You look carefully across the list and find some notable student names. Oh, okay, there's ones from all of them. Yeah. Jaden von Sanctus. Oh, that's an interesting name. Miriam Frager, Warren Sybil. Let's look at Wallace's first. You open Wallace's locker. Inside you find a bottle of fragrant liquid and something that looks like a makeup kit. I didn't expect Wallace to use stuff like this. It does seem strange, but it's not your place to judge. Anyways, you should try looking through the other lockers. Use the legend that Commander gave you. You look carefully across the list and find some notable student names. You open the locker with Miriam Frager's ID number. Inside you find a stack of worn-out textbooks and notebooks. Wait a minute. These notebooks all have Wallace's name on them. Uh-oh. You open the notebook and look through the pages. It appears to be research on the art of necromancy. Ah, hell, she's been copying his schoolwork. These are Wallace's notebooks. Why are they in Miriam Frager's locker? Did Miriam steal his things? What's going on here? You and Celeste check the locker more thoroughly. Wait a minute. Tyrion, look at this! That's blood! Evidence in the locker has been added to your notes. There's a stain of blood inside the locker with Miriam Frager's ID number. Use the legend that Commander gave you. Look carefully across the list. You open Jaden von Sanctus's locker. Inside you find several bottles of some kind of transparent lotion. There's nothing but lotion in here. Oh, I wonder why a student would need this much lotion. I wonder too. Take one of the bottles to inspect it more closely. Wait, Tyrion, don't touch those with your hands! It's some kind of sanitizing liquid. It's so strange, but it doesn't seem to be related to the case. Use the legend the Commander gave you. You look carefully across the list. You open Warren Sybil's locker. Inside you find some textbooks and a neatly stacked deck of tarot cards. Oh, it's like those cards that fortune tellers use. I wonder if the student studies divination magic. Oh, we're gonna do divination? Oh, that sounds fun. Anyways, don't think this is related to the case. Use the legend that Commander gave you. You look carefully across the list and find some notable student names. Yep, we're done. We found a few things, but I really can't make sense of any of it. We should look at this from the prosecutor's perspective. Steelwind found something in one of the lockers. Whose lockers had the most suspicious evidence? Whatever that was, it made her extremely paranoid. Yeah, it was Miriam Frager. No matter how we look at it, we found some insanely suspicious things in Frager's locker. It had Wallace's notebooks and even some blood. But that blood is certainly strange. It implies that something bloody was stored there. Do you think someone stole it? No, actually. I think it was Steelwind who took it. Oh right, Orm mentioned that she investigated this room. She must have taken the bloody item as evidence. But with that said, there's something else that's strange about Miriam Frager's locker. It had a lot of Wallace's possessions. It's possible that she really did steal those items from him. But it's more likely that this locker isn't actually hers. Remember what Wallace told us before? Sometimes the other students would steal the ID number off my locker. Then they'd switch it with the number of another locker. Oh, so it might not actually be hers. They thought it was funny whenever the student who owned that locker got angry with me. So someone switched the nameplates. This means that this isn't Miriam Frager's locker. It's Wallace's. But that would mean that the bloody object came from Wallace's locker. It appears so. Evidence in the locker has been updated in your notes. There's a stain of blood inside the locker with Miriam Frega's ID number. This locker actually belongs to Wallace Nightgrave. Someone must have switched the ID numbers with Miriam's locker. But if that's true, why didn't Steelwind present the bloody item during the trial? I proved that Bellwether was wounded before Valerie healed her. Wouldn't that have been the perfect time to present what she found? It was a bloody item found in the defendant's locker after all. She could have easily proved that the nameplates were switched too. Right, that is weird. There's something more to this that you aren't seeing, but what? I think we'll just have to ask Steelwind ourselves. Yeah, we're gonna have to be like, yo, Steelwind, we found this weird shit. We also need to go talk to Eris about them wanting to do her, Oh, yeah, hang on. Steelwind's orders, here we go. No, wait, no, that's not it. She asked us to have her, thingy redone, didn't she? But it doesn't look like I can actually do that. I can't talk to her. Guess we'll just go back and talk to Steelwind. Oh, you're back. We've uncovered a few things during our investigation. Miss Steelwind, are you acquainted with a student named Miriam Frega? Huh, I underestimated him. I said it before, Mr. Cuthbert, I won't fall for such an obvious bluff. It's not a bluff, Miss Steelwind. And I'll prove it using the evidence we've gathered. Oh, here we go. We gotta argue with her. Steelwind is paranoid, and for whatever reason, it's due to the involvement of Miriam Frega. You can convince her or reveal why she's being so secretive, she might give you more information. Argumentu! You've been behaving strangely, Steelwind. Steelwind is extremely logical and won't accept arguments that aren't supported by evidence. However, she's become secretive lately and her actions seem to stem from paranoia. She's uneasy about case elements that relate to Miriam Frega, and she's very inclined to hide Frega's involvement from the court at all costs. Even the Knights of the Inquisition have noticed. Please tell me, why are you being so paranoid? I'm not sure what you're trying to imply, Mr. Cuthbert. What about my behaviour has changed? I've noticed that I've approached this case objectively, just like I have with every other case. What is it supposed to be? Oh, no, that's not evidence of that. Steelwind's orders. You ordered the Knights to stay away from the crime scene, and you've even taken it upon yourself to conduct the investigation yourself. That is not normal behaviour for a prosecutor. I took these actions because the Inquisition is incompetent. How can I possibly trust them with anything? The Knights are incompetent, but even you can see the value of delegation. During Celeste's case, you still delegated tasks to the Inquisition. You could have easily investigated the McCoy Tavern yourself. This academy is huge. You wouldn't conduct your investigation this way unless you had good reason. Then why don't you enlighten me? Why would I act in such a way? What would cause me to behave so strangely? The Four Pillars families. You know that the Inquisition is corrupt and will bend to the nobility. So what would happen if a powerful noble were publicly involved in this case? With that noble's influence, they'd probably order the Inquisition to conceal their involvement. A high-profile noble is involved in this case, Steelwind. And I believe that noble is Miriam Frega. Again with this, do you think you can bluff me by throwing out the names of random nobles? And every noble is a malevolent criminal like Garrick Pierce. I said it before and I'll say it again. My investigation doesn't involve the Fregas. Now, how this case has anything to do with House Frega. Evidence in the locker. Now, how do you explain this, Steelwind? Commander told us that you were following a lead in the locker room yesterday. We investigated the lockers of students from the Four Pillar families. We found stains of blood in a locker with Miriam Frega's ID number, and it was presumably left by a bloody object. The bloody object was taken by someone, and we heard that you became extremely paranoid if you find something in the locker room. If I had to guess, I'd say that you took the bloody object as evidence. And what evidence do you have to support these outrageous claims? What? The only thing you have is evidence of a blood stain. There is a myriad of explanations for that. Everything else you mentioned is pure speculation. You can't prove that piece of evidence exists. I could have found any number of things in that room, or possibly nothing at all. Rationalize. Anyone can tell that blood stain is the most notable thing in that room. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have no chance but to pull the owner of that locker onto the stand. You're hiding evidence, Miss Steelwind. Do you not see how wrong that is? I think threatening her might be a better choice here, because she's terrified of having Miriam on the stand. Found an object in the locker, Miriam Frega's name on it. If you don't present what you found to the court, I'll have no choice but to pull that owner of that locker onto the stand. That's ridiculous. We both know that the locker in question belongs to Wallace Nightgrave. Can you unequivocally prove that, Miss Steelwind? It's the way I see it, there's a lot of room for doubt here. You have doubt for me to pull Miss Frager onto the witness stand. Yeah, that was it. She got real mad about that happening, maybe. But I had more context, maybe I wouldn't have to resort to that. Yeah, she's like... well played, Mr. Cuthbert. Suppose I don't have a choice, do I? You successfully persuaded Arya Steelwind. The twoof. Just so we're clear, I was acting to protect the nobility. But I admit that Miriam Frager was the other witness who saw Bellwether that day. I see, I had some suspicions, but... There's also another matter. Steelwind looks uneasy. When I was investigating the body, I found this. Evidence of academic dishonesty. A tightly packed folder containing several documents. The documents contain evidence detailing multiple instances of plagiarism, fraud, bribery of school officials, and various other offences committed by Miriam Frager. Oh, well, okay. What the? Looks like Miriam's been cheating at school. But why would Bellwether have something like this? From the way it's arranged, I think it might have been blackmail. Miriam Frager is considered a prodigy in the practice of conjuration magic. She's won a litany of awards, and she will most definitely graduate with honours. If these files were to reach the public, it would absolutely ruin her reputation. Do you think the professor was trying to threaten her? It appears so. When I discovered this, several elements of the case were still unknown. I decided to look through her belongings, and I mistakenly looked through the locker with her ID. I found this in that locker. A bloody rapier. A rapier covered in blood. It was found in Wallace Nightgrave's locker. Apparently it's a valuable family heirloom to House Frager. It was reported stolen by Miriam Frager weeks before the murder. Oh no. It's very likely that this is the murder weapon. This rapier is a valuable family heirloom for House Frager. A few weeks ago, Miriam reported that the rapier was stolen from her room. And then it was found in Wallace's locker. Not that I'm complaining, but why didn't you present this in court? To be honest, I'd like to avoid involving House Frager by any means necessary. I knew it. You're just protecting her, aren't you? Mrs. McCoy, do you recall how Wivengard's justice system works? To acquit a defendant, you need to unequivocally prove that they didn't commit the crime. To do that, they either need a solid alibi, or we need to prove that someone else committed the crime. Which of I suppose will happen if you bring Miriam Frager onto the stand? House Frager won't allow one of its members to be indicted in a court of law. They'll plant and forge evidence to implicate your defendant, and they'll use the Inquisition to do so. So that's why you've been keeping them away from the investigation. Can't you do anything? The Steelwinds are powerful too, aren't they? I don't have the support of my house. Right now I'm just a prosecutor, nothing more. Oh, their house doesn't care. Steelwind, you know that isn't fair. This isn't fair for us. Just do nothing. Do nothing and let us win. Just give up. Celeste, if we can't go after Miriam, then you can at least help us save Wallace. I'm not going to do that. Why? What if Miriam Frager is the real killer? Her sword is the murder weapon and Bellwether was trying to blackmail her. I don't think it'll be Frager. I think, given the illusion magic was around, it's probably going to end up being the headmaster. I seem to recall another case where an innocent person's sword was used to frame them. But that's... As a prosecutor, it's not my place to decide who's guilty and who's not. I won't engage in corruption, even if it's counter-corruption from another noble house. Do you know where Miriam is right now? Didn't you hear what I just said? You can't let her think that there's even the slightest possibility you'll indict her. She'll bring the entire wrath of House Frager down on you. Regardless, I can't do anything for Wallace unless I know everything that happened. Frager is the last piece I need to put everything together. Well, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? The dormitory is room 107. I imagine she'll be there considering classes are suspended. Thank you, Steelwind. If I don't tell you, I'm sure you'll probably just find out through some other means. But please, Mr. Cuthbert, be careful. Alright, we're gonna be moving to room 107 in just a tick. I'm just gonna save. Okay. Alright, hey, it's time for us to go to this dorm room. Let's go talk to Miriam Frege. You follow Miss Steelwind's directions and find Miriam Frege's dorm room. The door leading inside seems a lot more ornately decorated than the other dorms. You go to knock on the door, but you don't realise that it's only partially closed. As your fist comes into contact with the wood, you accidentally push the door wide open. Are you gonna punch it? Urgh. Oh wait, it's her. We saw her earlier, didn't we? Excuse me? How dare you barge into my room? Sorry, I meant to knock, but... Construct! Remove these hoodlums from my room! Acknowledged. In the corner of the room, an arcane construct stands up and starts making its way towards you. Before you can protest, it raises its fist to hit you. You only have enough time to raise your arms to brace yourself for the impact. You close your eyes and wait for the blow. But instead, you hear the clang of steel against steel. Confused, you open your eyes and see Celeste standing between you and the construct. Yes, this is what we pay you for. Her sword is drawn and she's using it to block the construct's fist. Upon taking a close look at Celeste, the student stares curiously at her. Construct, stand down. Acknowledged. I'm terribly sorry for that. I wasn't aware that this was your servant. Celeste looks angry but puts her sword away without a word. I haven't noticed you about campus. Are you a new student? If she has a personal if she has a personal attendant, she must be important. Oh, she thinks that we're the attendant. What? You see an opportunity. Yes, my master just enrolled here recently. What? Celeste gives you a puzzled look, but you make a silent gesture back. After a moment, she seems to realise what you're doing. Yes, I just started here. I take it you're Miriam Frege? Yes, I'm honoured that you recognise me. Miriam Frege, occupation student. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, miss. I'm Celeste. She catches herself and pauses for an awkward moment. Steelwind! I'm Celeste Steelwind! Oh, this is gonna have problems. You can't believe her. There's no way she's going to believe. Steelwind? It's a pleasure to meet another member of such an esteemed house. She must be from a branch family. Maybe I can use her. Wait, she's actually buying this? Oh my god, they put Steelwind in quotes. This is amazing. I just moved in, and I thought that I should introduce myself. Seeing as you're a top student in the field of conjugation? Isn't it conjuration? Yeah. Thanks, Tyrion. Yes, that. Well, there's no backing out now. Alright, let's just poke around her room a bit. It's a dresser. It probably contains Miriam's clothes. It would probably be a bad idea to take a closer look with Miriam here. It's an extravagant bed. It looks like Miriam lives pretty well here. It's a table for guests. Miriam must entertain company a lot.
Repario Arcanum.
Well, yeah, she's not got magic in her room. She ain't conjuring up barrels of tea. Do you like my badge? Oh wait, and because she's like, she's pretending to be the one in charge, she's the one showing it. Oh, that is brilliant. What do you think about this, Miriam? I'm terribly sorry, but I don't have much to say about that. Why is she recoiling like a snake? Alright, Miss Frege, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions about... Excuse me, I don't believe anyone is permitting you to speak. Oh, here we go. Celeste is still smiling, but you can faintly hear her grinding her teeth together. So, we heard about what happened to Professor Bellwether. I can't believe it. Yes, it's quite tragic what happened to her. She has always been an acquaintance of House Frege. She appears to be more receptive to Celeste. It might be better to let her take the lead on the questioning. Yeah, well, she's like, she's the important one, you know. We heard that you saw her on the day of the murder. Could you tell us more about what happened? Oh, you heard about that from your relative, did you? If you don't mind me asking, why are you so interested? She's not like Aria, is she? Who's Aria? Are we in Arias? Oh, you know, I'm just curious is all. You know how an eventful life can be sometimes. Being a noble and all. Alright, tone it down. Oh, is that all? I was worried you going down the same path as that poor, confused Arya. What do you mean by that? But I'm in the middle of a study break anyways. I suppose I have some time to sate your curiosity. Arya isn't the first name of Prosecutor Steelwind, is it? Because she's a prosecutor and everyone's just like, what's going on? Construct, please prepare some tea. Use that lotus tea we import from the Eastern Kingdoms. Oh, she's got lotus tea too and all. She could be useful if I can win her favour. Okay. Acknowledged. Lotus tea? You have lotus juice? You feel like you're slowly losing control of the situation? Alright, so out of nowhere, right? How do you feel about stinky stuff? Okay, never mind. What about if we talk about the, this? I really hope Arya returns my rapier soon. It must be pretty important to you. It's an ancient family heirloom owned by one of the first heroes of Wivengard. My father will throw a fit if he finds out it was stolen. So is Arya, like, Steelwind? I'm confused. I heard that you saw the professor on the day of the murder. Where did this happen? I was in the hallways when I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Do you remember what happened? What time this happened? I'm not really sure, honestly. I was a little embarrassing, but I have a bad habit of getting too absorbed in my work. Sometimes I let entire hours pass by without noticing. Do you have a rough idea, at least? I think it was in the morning? She thinks it was in the morning. But anyways, did anything seem off about her? No, it was a short encounter. I merely greeted her and she responded in kind. Or at least that's what should have happened. Something's going down. That thought just now, what does it mean? You slowly glance at Celeste and catch her attention. In small motions, you shake your head to indicate that Miriam is holding something back. Were you and the professor really on good terms? I heard she was pretty mean towards the other students. Towards the riffraff, maybe, but not to students like us. You know, the pure bloods. She was a great ally to House Frege, or at least she used to be. Wait, what's happening? That's why we were planning on appointing her as the new headmaster. Wait, what did you just say? Oh, it's the fucking headmaster, isn't it? He's been like, they took her gerbs. Did you just say your family was going to appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster? Oh, I'm surprised you didn't know. House Frege holds several seats on the Academy's board. We were making plans to have her replace that lout at Redmond. They were going to sack the headmaster. Did Headmaster Redmond know about this? Oh, of course not. This was part of a large-scale plan. Along with Redmond, we were also going to replace all the staff with arcane constructs. AI will take over the world. We had to keep everything under wraps or else the help would have left prematurely. And where would that leave us? But Yon supposedly heard Bellwether talking about the constructs. Did Bellwether prematurely reveal the plan, or was Yon lying about how he found out? But alas, with Bellwether gone, we'll have to delay our plans. House Frege was planning to fire Headmaster Theodore Redmond and replace him with Catherine Bellwether. They were also planning to fire all the Academy staff and replace them with arcane constructs. This was supposed to be kept a secret, but according to Jan, Bellwether revealed this plan to the Headmaster during a meeting a few weeks ago. Yeah, so, let's talk about the rapier. So we heard that Arya took your rapier as evidence for the case. Can you believe her? She still won't give it back to me. Where? My sword is gone. My father will have my head if I can't get it back soon. How did it even become a part of the investigation anyway? I don't know. Arya won't tell me anything. I swear if that Necromancer was the one who stole it, I'll execute him myself. So someone did steal it from you? Yes, from right out of my room. When did this happen? About a few weeks ago. About the same time that the headmaster got told that he was going to be sacked. I noticed when I came back from one of my classes. Someone removed the rapier from its display case in my room. How did it get into your room in the first place? Do you think someone used magic to teleport past the door? Please, I'm a master of conjuration magic. If someone attempted that, my enchantments would have shunted them out. This means the thief came in through one of the doors or windows, like a commoner. I bet it was that necromancer. I'm sure a street child like him just knows how to pick a lock. Was Aladdin a necromancer? Uh-oh. Celeste's getting more and more pissed. Oh, let's talk about your grades. I've heard you're one of the Academy's top students. Your grades must be amazing. Of course, as the inheritor of House Frege, my grades are impeccable. It feels good to have my greatness recognized. That's strange, you don't see anything contradictory through the eye this time. So she wasn't cheating? You make a gesture towards Celeste to continue pressing her. What kind of magic do you study here? You must be joking. I study magic from the School of Conjuration. Just like most members of my house. The School of Conjuration. That's the type of magic that specializes in spatial manipulation and teleportation, right? Yes, I consider myself quite the expert in that field. Why, the Crown Prince himself has asked for my assistance in a research study. It's nice to work with someone of my caliber. Again, you don't see any thoughts that contradict what she's saying. So either she is as good as she says she is, or she's drunk the Kool-Aid so hard and somebody else is doing this. Does that mean she's not lying? If she's smart enough to get the Crown Prince's attention, why would she be cheating? No, somebody else is cheating for her, and she legitimately believes this. She's like, I am the hype. Yeah, Aria is Steelwind. Thanks for telling me, game. In my head, I've just got her as like, prosecutor. Prosecutor! You said something about my wayward relative before. Were you talking about Aria? Oh, I'm sorry if I offended you. But I'm sure it must pain you to see the way she's been acting lately. Yes, it's been extremely hard. Hang in there, Celeste. Did you know that she even interrogated me about the murder yesterday? Can you believe it? A Steelwind running around a crime scene like a common knight. Why, if I tried something like that, my father would disown me. Does the nobility not approve of Steelwind becoming a prosecutor? Well, no, because it's beneath them. And also, you know, most of the prosecutors are going after members of the nobility. You always thought that is strange. What is motivating her to do this? Honestly, she probably thinks she can do anything just because of her betrothed. Asta deserves better. Oh, she has a boyfriend triangle. Celeste's eyes perk up upon hearing this. You'd be lying if you weren't also curious who this Asta was. You shot her a stern look that tells her to stay focused. You can't risk blowing your cover for some gossip. Alright, Arcane Construct. You have an Arcane Construct in your room. I thought they only had them in the library in the locker room. This construct was a gift from House Von Sanctus. I have to say, they're quite convenient to have around. They look really cool. Maybe I should get one. You should. A construct would be far more useful than this attendant of yours. Uh-oh. Unfortunately, there are still some issues with their intelligence. Just like this attendant of yours. Their intelligence? There are issues when you give them complex commands. It might be easy to show you. Miriam turns to Construct and begins gesturing towards it. Construct, please retrieve my textbooks and bring them here. Then cast Steelwind Strike at this location. After that, retrieve some plates and set them out at this table. Acknowledged. What? The Construct stands up and retrieves Miriam's textbooks from one of the shelves in the room. It brings them to the table you're sitting at just as ordered, but then it suddenly stops moving. Wait, what happened? The Construct obviously can't cast Steelwind Strike, so my second command was impossible to carry out. But did you notice something else? Yeah, it didn't do the third command. It ignored your third command too. Correct, my third command was possible to carry out. So why did it ignore that command? Constructs execute a series of commands in the orders that they are given. Let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the Construct gets that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. So if a task in a series of commands is impossible, then that command will interrupt the series of commands. Exactly. Alright, so that's been added to our notes. Lady Steelwind, I'm afraid we must leave now if we want to make our next engagement. Oh, right. Let's go, servants. We are not sus. We are not sus at all. Oh, leaving already? It was a pleasure talking to you. Was it though? Yeah, sure. I hope to see you around. You make your way back to the foyer with Celeste. And all the time you spent, you only have a brief amount of time before night falls. Are you sure you didn't want to talk to her more? We were getting a lot out of her. We already got a lot of useful information out of her. The more time we spend with her, the more likely she is to see through our ruse. Right. So, why Steelwind? I don't know, I panicked. Aria is like the only noble I know. What about Pierce? I'm not using that creep's name. Well, hopefully Steelwind doesn't mind us borrowing her name. And we got her statement on what she saw that day. And there's also what she said about her rapier. I bet she was lying when she said it was stolen. She was probably trying to establish an alibi. No, I think it's probably stolen. Headmaster's doing all this shit. That's where I'm going in my head now. I'm not sure. It's either the headmaster or somehow the necromancer girl. Why'd you say that? Doesn't it feel too obvious? If she was lying about the rapier being stolen, that would imply that she planned all of this in advance. But if she had to choose a murder weapon, why would she choose something that literally has her name on it? I understand if the murder was spurred at the moment and she just used something nearby. But if this was a premeditated murder committed by Miriam, that rapier would be the last weapon she would choose. Yeah, it's highly implicatable. Right, I guess that makes sense. There's also the evidence of academic dishonesty. Yeah, it's weird that that's there, but she doesn't know what the heck's going on. It doesn't match up with what we heard from Miriam. You mean all that stuff about working with the Crown Prince? She was probably just making things up to look good in front of me. I have an insight when it comes to things like this. Under normal circumstances, I can usually tell when someone is lying. And a lie as grandiose as that would be something I would definitely see through. People can subconsciously shield themselves from the Eye of Horus even if they don't know about it. Oh, right, so if she's, like, afraid of mind magic, she could just be shielding herself. When you do that, you usually can't see any thoughts from them. So that must be what happens with Steelwind, yeah. You also saw that she was lying about her encounter with Bellwether. You would seem dissonant thoughts if she was lying about her grades. Well, I guess I'll trust your insight. But what does that mean? I don't know. Even with everything we've found, I'm still not sure who the real culprit is. At the very least, I think we should try to pull Miriam onto the stand. That might be a bad idea. If she testifies in court, I might be able to find something Tippy can use. But that's a big maybe. If you don't play your cards right, you might spook the brains enough for them to pay off the judge. Either way, it's getting late. We'll probably have to turn in soon. Yeah, we can't push Miriam too far, or she's just gonna have the whole legal system crumble in front of us. You just hope you do enough to acquit Wallace. Yeah, I think we've got more than enough to acquit him. I think we can get the headmaster up here at some point. Court is now resumed for the trial of Wallace Nightgrave. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. It was revealed that the trace of necromancy may have not been left by the defendant. It may have been left by a witness who used necromancy to attempt to heal the victim. However, the victim was seen by witnesses well after her time of death. This could only be explained by the defendant using necromancy to animate the victim's body. That leaves the question, where did the murder take place? Does the prosecution have an answer for this? Based on several witness testimonies, it is very likely that the murder took place in the library. Interesting. What led you to this conclusion, Miss Steelwind? First, I'd like to remind the court where the victim was sighted before the body was found. It began when the victim had a meeting with the headmaster near the centre of the building. Our meeting was scheduled for 12 p.m. According to my schedule for that day, our meeting lasted for an hour. Is that the right voice for him? I forget. This brings us to the statement of the next witness, a student at the academy. This student saw the victim walking in the hallways. I saw her coming out of the headmaster's office. She was heading towards the library. Which means that our first witness saw Bellwether leave the headmaster's office. Presumably this would have happened after her meeting there, which would time this encounter about 1 p.m. The other event is the discovery of the body, which was when Valentina Ayanas contacted security. I suddenly spotted the professor lying in a pool of blood in the classroom. Valentina used a communication device to call for help while I tried to save her. You lying hussy. As we've already established, this event happened at 3 or 4 p.m. But the significance of this time is in what occurred before the body was discovered. The second witness, a member of the cleaning staff, spotted the victim in the West Wing hallway. A bellwether knocked over a vase, and there were shards and dirt everywhere. It was probably 20 to 30 minutes before the twins found the body. It could also be Jan. What if it's literally just a they took our gerbs moment? This means that the encounter must have happened no later than 2:30 p.m. And this implies that the victim was near the library between 1 p.m. and 2:30 p.m. According to the defender's statements, he was in the library during this time period. Do we think constructs can be ordered to murder? Furthermore, the time of death was 2:07 p.m. This means that the second witness must have seen the victim's animated body. Oh my god. Alright, let's go over this. The prosecution's theory lays out the following timeline for Catherine Bellwether's movements on the day of the murder. 12 to 1 p.m, Theodore Redmond has a meeting with Bellwether. 1 p.m, Miriam Frager saw Bellwether walking in the hallways. 1 p.m. to 2 p.m, Bellwether spent time in the library. 2 p.m. to 2:30 p.m, Wallace Nightgrave murdered Bellwether. 2:30 p.m, Jan Hughes witnessed Bellwether walking towards Lecture Hall 2B. 3 p.m, the Anna sisters discovered Bellwether's body. I see. Your deduction certainly tracks, Miss Steelwind. What do you have to say in your defense, Mr. Cuthbert? The prosecution's argument is definitely well thought out, Your Honor. However, it is entirely predicated on the testimonies of all the witnesses involved. Steelwind's deduction has to have a hole somewhere, and since your conversation yesterday, you had a feeling that Miriam is hiding something. If you're going to get to the truth, you'll need to drag that out of her for a cross-examination. Your Honour, to test the validity of these claims, the defence would like both of these witnesses to testify. The defence calls Miriam Frager to the stand. Frager? At the mention of her name, the judge's face turns a bit pale. I had a feeling it would come to this. Do you have any objections, Miss Steelwind? I do not, Your Honour. Very well. Bailiff, please escort Lady Frager to the stand. Yup, she's not happy to be here. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the... Oh god, she's gonna see Celeste on the flipping defense stand and be like, hey, what the hell? You little snakes! How dare you deceive me? Uh-oh. It looks like she found out. I had the opportunity to debrief the witness beforehand. Miss McCoy, for the record, I told you to exercise discretion. I did not mean that you should impersonate a member of my family. Yeah, sorry about that. I gave you all of the tea that I imported from the Eastern Kingdoms. I demand that you return it for... Oh god, might take a little while. Oh no. How are we gonna give that back? Do we have to pay her back? Do we have to, like, give her reparations? No, you gave them to me. They're legally mine now. Oh, no. I'm not sure what your business with the witness is, Miss McCoy, but I ask you please handle your personal disputes outside of the classroom. Anyways, Miriam, could you please testify to the court about your encounter with the victim? Very well. Oof. We're gonna get oofed by the nobility's assassins on the way out. I was working on a research project in my dorm room when I decided to take a break. I left my room and went on a walk. That's when I saw Professor Bellwether exiting the headmaster's office. She was walking in my direction, so I greeted her and she responded in kind. After that, she headed towards the library. A short time after that, I went back to my room and continued my work. Okay, so something in that is gonna be different. I skipped the judge, whoops. However brief it was, the witness's testimony verifies two things. One is that Miss Frager saw the professor exiting the headmaster's office. The other is that she witnessed the victim heading towards the library. That gives us a rough timeline of where the victim was before her death. That does seem consistent. Did Bellwether really enter the library that day? You feel like you would have seen her there if she did. Bellwether did come into the library. We talked to her. I think we saw Miriam too, like, very briefly. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. I remember we saw Miriam sometime before, but I can't remember when it was. Was this research project a part of your schoolwork? It was an independent study to develop a new conjuration spell formula. The project is being sponsored by the Crown Prince himself. I wasn't aware that he was involved in such a study. Okay, she seemed upset about that. Of course! You wouldn't. Do you expect to know every aspect of his life, dear Aria? Is the Crown Prince called Asta by any chance? You sense a bit of aggression. If you don't keep an eye on him, House Frege may just steal him from you. As if His Highness would align himself with your rapacious family. Our banking houses form the economic infrastructure of our kingdom. We have money to burn. Suck it, peasant. I mean, whoops. Perhaps he'll come to the Steelwinds if he needs to clear a den of goblins. With all due respect, may we please focus on the matter at hand? Of course, Your Honor. She's having a fight with the prosecution. And just sure that you saw her exit the headmaster's office. Yes, I remember it clearly. I was surprised that she was still meeting with the headmaster at all. She must be talking about how they were plotting to replace him. Did you interact with the professor at all, Miriam? Did anything seem off about her? No, but it was a very short encounter. It's not as if we stopped to have a conversation. You said that you greeted her and she responded. What words did she use? Why is that important? Oh, now she's in fear. Miss Frege, it's possible that someone used illusion magic that day. What if it was a construct and they told it to move places? Yeah. Every detail about the victim's interactions could be important. Well, I bid her good morning. And she said good morning in response. After that, she headed towards the library. Yeah, we definitely came across her in the library. She came in and did things. Did you... Oh, but that was... No, that was before. That was before this. So, yeah, it must mean this is... She didn't come into the library, though. Wasn't it a construct who came into the library? Like, afterwards? Like, the whole timeline of things is confusing, but I think that we never saw her after that. Did you see her enter the library? I didn't, but there's not much else in that direction. From the testimony of Jan Hughes, we know that she later came from the library. Even if she didn't enter the library, she was still in that area for more than an hour. Maybe she was there and then got more instructions when because it was an automaton. How long did you leave your dorm room? Only for a few minutes. I try not to let my breaks go for long. And you didn't see the professor again after your first encounter? No, I did not. Her testimony seems pretty straightforward, but she could be lying. I'm honestly not sure. We just have to focus on her statements about how Bellwether acted. So... do we have, like, a Bellwether thing? She had a history of bullying students. For several years, she used her position to curry favour with the noble houses. Maybe that's something? Jan, Bellwether revealed this plan to the headmaster during a... No, that's... Okay, so we're gonna have to just, throw out this one, maybe.
Objection!
Your Honor, it's clear that witness's testimony is contradictory, and this piece of... Oh, no. Right, so we need to object to something. I went back to my room and continued my work. Maybe this. Miriam saw Bellwether walking in the hallways. Bellwether spent time in the library. Right, so it was at 1 PM that she came out. I left my room and went on a walk. Okay. So she left the room and went on a walk. When was it stolen? When was this stolen? When did you say this was stolen, Miriam? Yeah, okay. She's walking towards me, so I bid her good morning, and she responded in kind. Well, there's nothing wrong with her saying good morning, surely. She shoved him out of her way. After that, she knocked over us and shouted, even though Jan didn't say anything, she yelled at him to be quiet. After this interaction, the bellwether witnessed by Jan Hughes may have been disguised as an illusion. In addition to that, whoever he saw that day was physically there. So... After that, she headed towards the library. Short time after that, I went back to my room and continued my work. So we want to be like, maybe it's the map. Maybe it's the map. Let's view the map. Headmaster's office is there. So... Not much else in that direction, she says. Let's try presenting the map.
Objection!
Your Honor, nope, 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 nope. There's something here. I left my room and went on a walk. That's when I saw Professor Bellwether exiting the headmaster's office. Maybe she can't have done that? Where's the dorms? Where are the dorms on here? Kitchen there. Library there. Headmaster's office there. Lecture hall's over there. Died at 2:01 PM. Body shows no kind of time. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that was activated at 3, so... There must be something that I can use here. Spells, profiles. Maybe I use Bellwether's profile? No. Short time of that, I went back to my room to do my work. So, let's repress this and just go back over it. And you're certain that nothing seemed to alter it. Yes, like I said, it was a very short encounter. Why? Oh, there we go. We needed to press it twice. Said it was a very short encounter. It only happened over a few seconds. Witnesses' interactions are not what's important here. What matters is that she witnessed where the victim was coming from and where she went from. Right, so she said, why did she say that? So, let's try presenting Jan's statement.
Objection!
No, 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 no. Let's try pressing this one again. Did you see her enter the library? I didn't, but there's nothing else in that direction. We know that she later came from the library because of Jan Hughes. If she didn't enter the library, she was still in that area for more than an hour. Maybe I should just keep pressing this. So, why did she say that? Okay, it's gotta be this one. So, let's see. Let's present an arcane construct. Nope. Okay, this is a very tough one, actually. After that, she headed towards the library. She was walking towards me. Maybe I put the map to this one.
Objection!
Or maybe I do it to the second one. Okay, at least you can just spam everything here. Let's try this.
Objection!
No. There's nothing wrong with the direction she's walking. I bid her good morning and she responded in kind, but she then said, why did you say that?
Objection!
It's not Bellwether's reputation, I already did that once. That's Jan's testimony. Evidence of... yeah, just throw this out. Weeks before the murder, it was stolen.
Objection!
No, it's not that either. Okay, this is difficult, man. I left my room and went on a walk. That's when I saw her exiting the headmaster. So try again. You sure you saw her? Yeah, I remember correctly. I was surprised if she's still meeting with the headmaster at all. Yeah, it's this one for sure. Why did she say that? What matters is she witnessed where the victim was coming from and where she went afterward. So is that what I have to, disprove? Autopsy report. Death was not caused by potion or disease. Headmaster activated the lockdown system responses for Kiri. They recall reported that she's been fatally wounded. Yeah. So it's nothing to do with that. The 4 pillar families, no, it's not that. Spell compendium, no, it's not that. Construct in the locker room. It can't want that from me right from the get-go, surely. The documents contain evidence of that, yeah. Was point of fire headmaster's feet. Okay, let's try presenting the plan to that. No, that's not it either. Maybe I should present her profile.
Objection!
Yeah, I'm just gonna yell objection at you until it works. Alright, so after that she headed towards the library. Did you see her at the library? I didn't, but there's not much else in that direction. From Jan Hughes, we know she came from the library. Even if she didn't enter the library, she was still in that area for more than an hour. So it's literally this. Or something else. I was working on a research project in my dorm room when I decided to take a break. I left my... Maybe it's something here. Conjuration, Crown Prince, yep. Yep. So it has to be this one. There must be something I can present here. Revive, Major Illusion. Maybe I present Major Illusion? No. Holy crap. I bid her good morning, she responded in kind. Yeah, it's afternoon! Wait a sec, it's afternoon! It's the fucking afternoon! It's the fucking afternoon! Because she said she gets lost in her thoughts. It's 1 PM. Fuck's sake! Miss Frege, if I recall correctly, you have a habit of getting absorbed into your work. So much so that you'll even lose track of the time of day. Yes, but what does that have to do with my testimony? Earlier in today's proceedings, the prosecutor made the following argument. Oh, witnesses saw them. Yep, we saw them at about 1 PM. I can't believe that. That's such a dirty thing to do in this game, but I love it. Miss Frege, if you'd said good morning to the professor, you would have been mistaken. Because that encounter could only have happened during the afternoon. And your point is? You said it yourself, Mr. Cuthbert. The witness simply lost track of time. What the witness said isn't what's important here. The significance is in what the professor said in response. She had just come out of a meeting that was scheduled for noon. She would be well aware it was no longer morning. So why would she respond good morning? Wouldn't she have corrected the witness? Their encounter was extremely short, and the victim's mind may have been preoccupied. She could have easily responded to the witness without thinking. I'm going to be honest, I kind of agree with her. It's not hard to believe that they were both confused about the time. It's definitely a stretch, but you can't shake the feeling that she's hiding something. Every time you ask her about how Bellwether acted that day, the eye picks up something. There has to be something there. Miss Frege, you haven't been entirely truthful in your testimony, have you? That's absurd. What reason would I have to lie? It's such a small detail, why does he even care? Every detail about how she acted is important, Miss Frege. What aren't you telling us? Mr. Cuthbert, you have no basis to accuse the witness of perjury. Yes, you will stop this at once. Miss Frege, you're lying about how Bellwether responded to your greeting, aren't you? It doesn't make a difference. All she did was yell at me. All she did was yell? Miss Frege, is it possible that Bellwether's response was less than friendly? What do you care? What difference does it make? Why is he being so persistent? My job is to make sure every part of your testimony is truthful. Every detail matters, no matter how seemingly insignificant. Mr. Cuthbert, you will stop this, or I will find you in contempt. They're going to kill me. The professor yelled at you, didn't she, Miss Frege? So what if she did? I mean... I'm sorry, but there's no going back on what you just said. You've done it now. So you do admit that she yelled at you? Ah, you impertinent little... Yes, I admit it. The professor didn't greet me back that day. Oh, good morning, Professor. Be quiet. Oh, it's just like what she said to Jan. Yep, illusion. Illusion magic on an automaton. She barked at me to be quiet. But until then, we'd always been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day. But something put her in a foul mood. But that's it. Everything else I said was the truth. They'll believe me, right? That part is true. I did see her come out of the headmaster's office and walk towards the library. So she wasn't lying about that. So, is that all, Mr. Cuthbert? What do you mean, is that all? You badgered this witness, also you can prove what, exactly? The witness committed perjury. The witness changed a small detail of her testimony. A detail that is inconsequential to the case. It was clearly an act with no malicious intent. Yeah, we gotta protect the Fraggers, or they'll kill you. After seeing her thoughts, it's hard to disagree with that. He was so sure that the eye would lead you somewhere. But Frege was only lying to save face. The witness saw the victim leave the headmaster's office and head towards the library. Do you have any concrete evidence to refute that, Mr. Cuthbert? No, I suppose not. Wait, is this really okay? At this rate, this will only be the only chance you have to cross-examine her. I don't think she's lying anymore. I was really pushing my luck earlier. If I continue pressing her, the judge might actually charge me with contempt. But if Miriam isn't the one that's lying, then... The defense has no further questions for the witness, Miss Steelwind. The prosecutor stays silent for a while. She almost looks disappointed. Very well, Miriam, you are dismissed. Miriam still looks like she's fuming, but she leaves the room without protest. The judge breathes a sigh of relief as the young noble is escorted out of the room. Now, with that out of the way, what else do you have, Mr. Cuthbert? The only way to refute the prosecutor's theory is to cast doubt on one of the witnesses' testimonies. It wasn't Miriam, then. Steelwind, to test your theory, we must question every witness that saw the victim that day. So with that said, I would like to call Jan Hughes to the stand. I hope you understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Your entire case rests on the assumption that one of the witness accounts is incorrect. If your cross-examination of Mr. Hughes leads nowhere, then I hope you're ready to concede. You don't like the sound of it, but she's right. Unless you can find something in Jan's testimony, you won't have anything to disprove her theory. Bailiff, please bring in Mr. Hughes. It's me, Mr. Hughes. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courtroom. Witness, name and occupation. Right. My name is Jan Hughes. I'm on the cleaning staff of the academy. Mr. Hughes, please testify to the court about your encounter with the professor that day. Sure. Alright, now this is gotta be the one that we get. I saw the professor when I was cleaning the West Wing hallways. It was about 20-30 minutes before the body was discovered. She walked by me, but she looked pretty out of it. I heard she was undead when this happened. Pretty creepy if you ask me. After that, she went into the empty classroom. What? Did you not see the other two? Well, that was straightforward. Come on, Jan, what were we supposed to do with that? I don't know. You guys are the lawyers. I'm just telling you what I saw. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Alright, we gotta pull something out of this. I saw the press when I was cleaning the West Wing hallways. It was about 20 to 30 minutes before the body was discovered. How are you so sure it was 30 minutes before? I always check the time to make sure I'm on schedule. I was supposed to finish cleaning the halls by 3 p.m. Right, the body was discovered at 3 or 4 p.m. What was the professor like, Mr. Hughes? She walked by me, but she looked pretty out of it. Did anything else look off at her? I mean, yeah, she was an undead after all. That remains to be proven. If you say so. Anyways, what was her demeanor like? She looked like she was in a bad mood. Either that or she was tired. But I guess she was just dead inside. Literally. God damn it, my man! Stop with the corpse jokes! I believe you've forgotten a few details about what the professor did. Yeah, sorry, it's hard to remember these things sometimes. Which details should you ask him for? Did she do anything to you? Did she make any sounds? Did she touch anything? Let's go for sounds. Did you hear her make any sounds? Oh, yeah. After she knocked over the vase, she yelled at me to be quiet. But I didn't even say anything. This detail could be extremely important. Please add it to your testimony, Mr. Hughes. Whatever you say, man. After that, she went into an empty classroom. Did you see anyone else enter that classroom? I'm honestly not sure. I wasn't paying much attention to her. I did think it was weird that she went in there. With the funky smell, I can't think of why anyone would go in there willingly. Right, the headmaster's mistake put a rancid smell in that room. He's not giving us a lot to work with. He tends to leave out details unless we directly ask him about it. I just need to ask him the right questions. Maybe we can pull more information out of him. Alright, so it's this one. Let's present, whoever saw that day was physically there. Be quiet. So, we didn't get to add Miriam's, like, thing, but the fact that she said be quiet to that, I think we're gonna go ahead and just, present arcane constructs to him. Oh, no. We need to find a contradiction first. What about the spells? Where's animate corpse? Yes, limited condition and cannot speak. Yep, there we go. Mr. Hughes, you said the bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words? I think she yelled at me to be quiet. What? I thought it was weird. I didn't even say anything. Yeah, it's a command. If anyone talks to you, say be quiet. But I know better than to talk back to her. That's the thing, Hughes. The prosecution's theories are such. The professor was murdered in the library and was reanimated using animate corpse. With a click illusion spell, no one would notice that she was undead. However, if what you saw was truly the undead bellwether, how did she speak to you? Huh? This doesn't make any sense. Mr. Hughes, undead can follow simple orders, but they don't have the intelligence to speak. But perhaps the witness was mistaken. No, I'm sure I heard her yell at me. I remembered because what she said didn't make any sense. Which means that because of Miriam's testimony, because she said be quiet, she was already dead from the moment she left the headmaster's office. Exactly, he didn't say anything, but she still yelled at him to be quiet. Wait a minute. I'm afraid I don't understand. Oh, sorry, I'm afraid I don't understand. We've already established that the victim was dead long before her encounter with Mr. Hughes. But if what he saw wasn't undead, what was it? It had to be an undead. What other explanation is there? It couldn't have been a major illusion. Otherwise it wouldn't have been able to shove Yarn out of the way or knock over the vase. Whatever it was, probably used illusory disguise to make it look like Bellwether. Does that mean it was a person? No, if it was a person, how did Bellwether's body end up in the lecture hall? Bellwether wouldn't have been able to turn herself invisible if she was dead. Whatever Yarn saw, it needed to be something that could have transported Bellwether's body unseen. It would also have needed to be have a mass and the ability to speak. What created Bellwether's voice? It's arcane construct. That's it! Do you have an answer for us, Mr. Cuthbert? What did the witness actually see? Your Honor, the witness didn't actually hear the dead victim speaking. What he actually heard was her voice being recreated using magic. Are you trying to say her voice was recreated using a spell? Not a spell, Steelwind. It was artificery. And whoever the murderer is, they had the perfect piece of artificery available to them. One programmed with Catherine Bellwether's voice. Huh? You can't possibly mean... That's right, Steelwind. What Mr. Hughes saw was an arcane construct. An arcane construct? Think of it as a magically animated suit of armor, Your Honor. But we ruled out such a possibility, hadn't we? Construct or not, no one could disguise themselves and carry the bodies to the classroom. A person wouldn't be able to do it. But arcane constructs are a different thing entirely. Their suits of armor are extremely large, but more importantly, they're hollow. I see, that means that theoretically someone could have placed the victim's body inside it. The arcane construct wouldn't just transport the body. With an illusory disguise, it would also confuse and mislead anyone who saw it.
Objection!
Oh, nope, she's mad about this. I commend your deduction, Mr. Cuthbert. I would never have considered that possibility. It's certainly plausible. What does this prove exactly? It proves that the body wasn't animated using necromancy. My client isn't the murderer. The defendant is still capable of performing all the acts you described. His compendium contains illusory disguise, after all. Yeah, she does have a point. There were several students at the library that day. Any one of them could have committed the murder. Let's throw Eris Ilvada on the witness stand. Let's get her killed. She's kind of sus. One might come to that conclusion if they didn't have one crucial piece of evidence. Oh, is this the thing she found in the locker? I'd like to present a new piece of evidence to the court. From under a table, you see Miss Steelwind pull out the bloody rapier. Oh, it was in his locker! But blood? Is that... Yes, Your Honor. This is the murder weapon. Ugh, she was saving that for the perfect moment, wasn't she? This rapier was reported stolen by Miriam Frago weeks before the murder, and during the investigation it was finally found in the defendant's locker. Wait. He was clearly trying to use one of her possessions in a paltry attempt to frame her. Why, he even stole her locker's nameplate and placed it over his. Damn it, that's not what happened. But honestly, it sounds more plausible than what really took place. We're basically back to square one, aren't we? Anyone could have told that construct to do all those things. Wait, anyone? Is that really true? The construct transported the professor's body and someone used an illusion to make it look like her. They even used a pre-recorded voice to make the illusion more convincing. Who ordered the construct to hide the body? Could anyone have done that? Hold on. The ones in the Imperial Academy speak using the voice of Catherine Bow. However, those voice lines can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy Headmaster. Oh, right. I need to actually put him in. Several memories flood back to you. Mr. Hughes, you said that Bellwether yelled at you. What were her exact words? I think she yelled at me to be quiet. She yelled at me to be quiet! But until then, we'd only been nothing but courteous with each other. I don't know what got into her that day, but something put her in a real foul mood. Be quiet! Sorry! Be quiet! Eris begins giggling. She seems amused by what's happening. The construct's voice is just a series of pre-recorded messages. I'm not sure if you noticed, but it uses the voice of Professor Bellwether. Unfortunately, you can't make them say anything other than what's recorded. Only the headmaster can change those settings. And she gave us the fucking evil look while it was happening. No, it can't be him. What is it, Tyrion? Did you figure something out? I did. But is he seriously the one behind all this? Miss Steelwind, earlier you said that my client could have orchestrated this entire ruse. But that's simply not true. How so? Anyone could have ordered the construct to carry out the victim's body. Yes, but not everyone can change what the constructs are able to say. Only one individual has the credentials for that. Theodore Redmond, headmaster of the Imperial Academy. We're gonna accuse more important people! Yeah, let's go! Wait, you're not serious, are you? You think the headmaster did all of this? I don't want to believe it, but he's the only one who could have done it. That's completely ridiculous. Headmaster Redmond would never do something like this. Miss Steelwind, there's only one common element between all of the witnesses' encounters with Bellwether. It's what Bellwether said to them. She yelled at both of them to be quiet. Miriam Frager was particularly surprised. She had a good relationship with the professor, but when greeted by the professor, Bellwether just shouted at her, almost as if the professor was responding indiscriminately. And yelling at vases too. And recalling her encounter with Jan Hughes, the professor knocked over a vase and shouted at him to be quiet immediately after, even though he hadn't said anything. She was responding to the sound of the vase breaking. Now let me ask you this, Steelwind. Where did Bellwether come from before she encountered Miss Frager and Mr. Hughes? Her meeting with the headmaster. Put him up on the stand! Let's get him! It appears that the defense truly means to indict Theodore Redmond. If so, we have no choice but to take a brief recess until he can be brought here. Oh, I did the wrong voice again. There's no need. Hello, I'm here. Fortunately for you, I'm already in the gallery. The headmaster stood up from the gallery seats behind you and slowly walked onto the witness stand. Has he been here the whole time? Now please, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Cuthbert. But do you think I am the one who committed this crime, Mr. Cuthbert? I'm sorry, Redmond, but no matter how I look at it, everything I found points to you. No, there's no need to apologize. In fact, I should commend you for the lengths you're willing to defend dear Wallace. The court appreciates your understanding, Mr. Redmond. He's mad. Now then, To clear the air, I suppose I should give my testimony on what happened that day. Here we go, testimony time. That day I had a meeting scheduled with the professor at noon. She showed up at the expected time and we discussed various administrative matters. Our meeting went on for an hour, after which she left to prepare for her next class. Despite our many disagreements, we still knew how to be civil with one another. After all, I had no reason to bear a personal grudge against her. I just can't see it. He seems like such a nice person. Is he really the person we're looking for? He has to be. No one else could have orchestrated this entire plot. You just need to find out how and why. That day I had a meeting scheduled with the professor at noon. What was the meeting for? Oh, nothing of note. We were merely discussing her daily operations and duties within the academy. In an academy like ours, it helps to frequently check in with the staff. Okay. So she showed up at exactly 12 PM? More or less. Catherine Bellwether was many things, but she was never tardy. There aren't any witnesses who saw her before the meeting, so you don't have a way to disprove what he's saying. It'd be best to look elsewhere in his testimony. How long did this meeting last, Headmaster? So that means the professor left your office at 1 PM. Yes, she was quite adamant about taking time to prepare her lesson plans. Now you think about it, Frigga had no idea what the time was when she saw Bellwether. If the headmaster is lying out when the meeting ended, there'd be no way to verify it, which would account for the hour gap that Steelwind mentioned. Damn it, did the headmaster really do this? After hearing so much about her, I find that a little hard to believe. I can't see why you'd say that. But despite everything, I was still her superior. She always remained professional when speaking to me. Is that really true, though? Really? Even after the way she's acted with the students and faculty? Make no mistake, I've heard many complaints regarding her actions. And I've had many conversations with her to try correct her behavior. But at the end of the day, she was a remarkable professor, regardless of her lack of people skills. His testimony pretty much matches what we know so far. I'm not entirely sure if he's lying or not. But at the very least, we know that he was involved in the professor's murder. But why? If you can figure out his motive, you might be able to find out and reveal him to the court. Okay. We discussed various administrative matters. Our meeting went on for an hour, after which she left, presuming to prepare for her next class. Despite our many disagreements, we still knew how to be civil with one another. Except...
Objection!
You were getting fired, bruh. Redmond, did you really hold no animosity towards Professor Bellwether? Of course not. I did have strong opinions about her methods of teaching. But I always remained professional. We both did. Frankly, I find that hard to believe. In fact, I think you might have a good reason to murder the professor. Considering that she was going to take your gerb. What? So you knew about that? I'm sorry, but I don't follow. Just how was the professor going to take the headmaster's job? According to Miriam Frege, Catherine Bellwether was currying favour with the noble families. In fact, there was a plan to oust Mr. Edmund and appoint Bellwether as the new headmaster of the academy. What? But in any case, I doubt the headmaster had any idea of this until now. I'd like to remind the court of the witness's reaction just now. He said, "So you knew about that." His reaction was one of surprise. But he wasn't surprised by this information. He was surprised that I knew the information. That's... Please, dear Iria. I may be a frail old man, but I'm perfectly capable of defending myself. If you have an explanation, Mr. Edmund, then by all means, I'd love to hear it. Gladly. Here comes more testimony. Testimonial. It is true that I knew about the Frege's plot beforehand, but I had only just learned about it. On the day of the murder, the professor told me about her plan. She was going to replace me as headmaster and replace the staff with her arcane constructs. Now you might say this would have given me the perfect motive to murder the professor. However, the supposed murder weapon was stolen from Miss Frege. This happened weeks before the murder and my discovery of the professor's treachery. I had no knowledge of their plan before she told me, and therefore I wouldn't have known to steal Miss Frege's weapon in an attempt to frame her. Are you satisfied now, Mr. Cuthbert? There is no way the headmaster could have come up with this plan. If he really did do this, that means he stole the rapier too, right? Most likely. His alibi makes sense. He could have planned this whole thing unless he knew about... He couldn't have planned this whole thing unless he knew about Bellwether's plans. That would mean he knew about this weeks ago. But how did he even find out? The best way to tell convincing lies is to leave a lot of truths and only change one detail. Maybe Bellwether did tell him, but she actually told him weeks ago. The question is, how do you prove that? Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. It was the stinky! It was the stinky! Press this. So only learned about it recently? Doesn't that seem a bit too convenient for you? It may appear that way, yes, but... Oh. That must have infuriated you. Your colleague betrayed you and attempted to steal your job. I'm only human, of course I was taken aback. I've been headmaster of the Imperial Academy for decades. Oh, he's sad and mad. To think the professor and the board would go around my back like that. With the professor dead, you wouldn't have to worry about losing your job. At least not for a while. I suppose you're correct, but there are others who benefit too. The faculty staff is now aware of the Frager's plot. With a plot delayed, they won't need to worry about abruptly losing their jobs either. Just kick her out of the academy! Be like, no school for you! He'll lose his job and House Frager will just appoint someone else. No, you can't think about that now. If you don't prove Redmond's guilt, the court will convict Wallace. Supposed murder weapon was stolen from Miss Frager. This happened weeks before the murder. As the headmaster, you probably have the tools available to get into her room. Yes, I will admit that. The academy has a master key that can be used to enter each of the students' dorms. And yes, as headmaster, I would have access to that key. Then you had the perfect way to get into her room and steal the rapier undetected. I suppose I did. However, there's one flaw with your logic. Yeah. It was my understanding that Friggs wanted to keep this secret until the very end. Why would Bellwether, of all people, tell you about her betrayal? I imagine she wanted to taunt me with that information. We've long had our disagreements, and looking back, she may have resented me for that. And at that point, there wasn't anything I could do to stop her. Really? I thought you and the professor were on good terms. I thought so too, but I suppose it was all a facade. She was just biding her time until she could take my position as headmaster. He had to have known about the betrayal weeks ago. How do we prove it? Do we have something that proves he knows about it before the day of the murder? Right, so we want to get rid of this one. Let's see. Testimony. According to Jan, Bellwether revealed this plan to the headmaster during a meeting a few weeks ago. Oh, right. Okay, it's according to Jan. It's Jan's testimony then? Jan told us this, but we can't exactly prove it. Oh wait, what if it's this?
Objection!
What if it's like it's forged evidence? He was trying to frame Frager. So I'm trying to disprove this one, I think.
Objection!
Yeah, I was clicking the wrong one. Redmond, you keep saying that you didn't know about Bellwether's plot before yesterday. Do you still plan on standing behind that claim? Of course I am. Because it's the truth. I'm sorry, Redmond, but you should really close your doors during your meetings. What? Did someone see? It is true that Bellwether revealed her plan to you during one of your meetings. In fact, Jan Hughes happened to overhear the same meeting. But he only overheard the part where the staff would be replaced. And that's the strangest part, Redmond. According to Mr. Hughes, this meeting occurred weeks ago. You can't accuse the headmaster of perjury based on a rumour. Everything you just said is based on second-hand information. Mr. Hughes distinctly overheard that the staff would be replaced with arcane constructs. That is too specific and too accurate to assume that he misheard a different conversation. The professor probably only revealed her plan for the arcane constructs. That still doesn't prove that he knew about her treachery beforehand. Professor Bellwether had no authority over the cleaning staff's employment. It would make sense for her to just reveal her plan for the arcane constructs. That would only make sense with the context that Bellwether would be taking his job. So tell me one thing, Redmond. Why did you find the need to lie about this? Is it because you saw a need to protect yourself from my accusations? Redmond, I ask you a question. Did you murder Catherine Bellwether? Oh, he's turned into flipping Valkenhayn from Blaze Blue. What a fine mess this is. Headmaster? So you truly plan on pushing this, aren't you? Well, your thesis sounding promising, Mr. Cuthbert, but I believe your arguments could use a little work. Oh, here we go. Let's fight him. You think I killed Catherine Bellwether? Me? I am an elderly man in his 80s. I was alone and had nothing to overpower Bellwether with. I could barely walk, much less ready to wield a rapier. Arcane Construct. But you and Bellwether weren't the only people in that room, were you? You need the Arcane Construct to carry Bellwether's body. That means the Construct would have already been in your office. With your privileges, you could have easily programmed the Construct to stab Bellwether for you. Ugh. Even so, think about what would have transpired afterward. Recall Miss Steelwind's timeline of Bellwether's witnesses. With your theory, the Construct would have spent more than an hour in the library. Having it there would have risked my so-called ruse from being discovered. Luckily, Lady Frege can't tell night from day. It's a library! There are no sounds in a library! I wouldn't have the Construct linger around the library. Okay, use this against claims that contradict. Right, so empathy. Use it against claims that contradict the displayed emotion. Lady Frege can't tell night from day. Intuition. The timing deduced from Miss Frege's testimony is predicated on one thing. She saw Miss Bellwether exit your office after your meeting. However, assume that you're lying about this when your meeting ended. Your entire argument falls apart. Miss Frege would have encountered Bellwether after her death at 2:01 PM. But Miss Frege wouldn't have made a mistake like that. Miss Frege thought it was morning when she saw Bellwether. She can't reliably tell the time. Then what about where the rapier was placed? If I really was the murderer, then that would mean I planted the weapon in young Wallace's locker. Several of the students had lockers there that I had access to. I wouldn't have placed incriminating evidence in that locker. Wallace is one of my prized students. If I had to frame anyone, he would be the last person I chose. Yeah, you tried to frame Miriam, not Wallace. Where's the nameplates? You're right, Mr. Redmond. You wouldn't try to frame Wallace, but you would try to frame Miriam Frege. It would have been the perfect act of revenge, wouldn't it? You murder your treacherous co-worker and frame the daughter of the family that helped her. But something went wrong, didn't it, Redmond? The labels on Wallace's locker and Miriam's locker were switched. Anyone who saw that would have easily mixed them up. I am the headmaster of the Imperial Academy. I have records of all the students' lockers and where they're located. There's no reason I would make a mistake like that. If I truly planned this, I would have known where Wallace's locker was. A simple change in labels wouldn't have led me to make a careless mistake like that. Except, this is how they work. Oh, right. He would have noticed if the locker IDs were switched, but this is based on the assumption that he was the person that planted the rapier. Alright, so it's the construct in the locker room. But it wasn't you, was it? Your Arcane Construct is the one who planted the rapier in their locker. I bet you commanded it to place this rapier in the locker of Miriam Frege, but it saw the ID number on Wallace's locker and assumed it was Miriam's. This is... Redmond begins desperately stammering, looking for something to say. Miss Steelwind, say something! What? Mr. Cuthbert, your theory may be plausible, but there's no evidence to support it. Ha, that's right. You don't have any proof, do you? There's no evidence of my orders. Saying that I could have committed the murder isn't the same as proving I did it. Except... No, dang it. Wasn't there some sort of evidence to track the orders given to him? Yeah, is it now? No. Evidence of tracking the orders. Is it the bloodstain? No, that's not right. Wasn't there some sort of evidence that would track the orders given to him? Okay. Witness Bellwether walking towards... Yeah, okay. I don't need the lockdown system. Hang on, I'm having a... we're in a crucial moment here and I don't know. There's no evidence of my orders. Is it the bloody rapier? No, that's not right. Wasn't there some sort of evidence to track the orders given to him? Yeah, the evidence to... You have the evidence to knowledge to disprove his claims. You lost the argument. Damn it, I'm doing it again! We're going again! Right, fuck. I was alone and had nothing to talk about. Yeah, but we're back we go. Arcane constructs. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna read through it all again. Let's go. Well, I wouldn't have the construct loaded. Intuition. It's Frega, blah 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 blah. Wow, this music is slapping. All right, I'm gonna place incriminating evidence in the locker. Yeah, so it's what? Oh, is this not the right one? Oh yeah, it's the nameplates. Sorry. You want to try to claim Mollis? You want to try to claim Frigga? Anyway, saw that would have easily mixed them up. I have records of all the students' lockers and where they're located. There's no reason I would make a mistake like that. I would have known where Wallace's locker was. A simple change in labels wouldn't make me do a simple change. Yeah, except that the construct did, yeah. Yeah, it's because the construct did that. Saw the idea on... Alright, we're gonna go through this bit by bit. Assumed it was Miriam's. This is... Benedict gets desperately stammering looking for something to say. Steele went say something. Your theory may be plausible, but there's no evidence to support it. Yeah, that's right, you don't have any proof, do you? There's no evidence of my orders. Saying I could have committed murder isn't the same as proving I did it. There's no evidence of my orders. What about because Steelwind isn't letting anybody in there? No. Wasn't there some sort of evidence that would track the orders given to him? Imagine these barriers can't be breached by physical magical force. They also block mages from teleporting through them. This command log must be cleaned regularly. Wait, the command log? Is it the command log? Yeah, where's the command logs? Where's the commandy logs? Yeah, your arcane construct is still in the locker room where it planted the rapier. You all we had to do is take a look inside and we'll see the blood inside. Is that so, Mr. Cuthbert? What, why does he still look so confident? No, Mr. Cuthbert, I already checked the inside of that construct during my investigation. The interior was completely clean. What? The construct's primary function is to assist and clean, dear Tyrion. They have a function that allows them to clean themselves inside and out. Well, we can still look at its command history, right? Think about it, Cuthbert. Do you also think the murderer would leave behind evidence like that? I'm sure that whoever orchestrated this plot, they ordered the construct to wipe its logs when it was finished. No. That's right, Mr. Cuthbert. Your case against me is theoretical at best. But I suppose I can still give you marks for trying. Damn it, he thought of everything. Was he seriously out to get rid of all the evidence? You're running out of options, but you still have one tool left. Ha! It's unbecoming to glare like that, young Tyrion. Bring yourself back to that moment with Garrick Pierce. Think about it's at stake for Wallace like you did with Celeste. His life and his future are in your hands.
Naught can remain.
We're summoning our persona! You activate the Empowered Eye again. Redmond did a good job at covering his tracks, but there has to be something that we forgot to get rid of. Yo, why are these here? I did everything I could to cast doubt on Frega's brat. I can't believe Valerie placed a trace of necromancy on the body. To make matters worse, the construct placed the evidence in the wrong locker. So he did send the construct to the locker room to plant the evidence. He must have also fabricated the documents that accused Frega of cheating. It was all to make her look like the murderer. But this doesn't give you anything new to work with. Let's see, maybe the sword. Yeah. What should we let's project this. Why am I thinking of this now? No piece of instance didn't evoke anything. Try projecting something related to the construct's actions. What about this? The construct's orders were clear. Plant the body in lecture hall 2B, and then plant the evidence in Frega's locker. It was supposed to head to the storage room afterward. What happened? Interesting. The construct wasn't supposed to be in the locker room. So it was given an order that it couldn't fulfill. What was that order? What was the order? Yeah, Maybe if I, like, put the deductions in here? No. Maybe if I, what about the spell? Like, the spell has something to do with this. I'm looking for illusory disguise. No. Try projecting something to do with the thing's orders. So this was part of it, this was part of it, that was part of it. The four-pillar family. Steal wins orders? No. It needs to be something to do with the orders that it was given. What about the foul classroom spell? I wonder, did I leave any other pieces of evidence behind? I was far too reckless. I needed some way to keep that lecture hall empty. Alright, you must have botched the alchemy experiment on purpose to keep the lecture hall cleared. Doesn't really tell you anything you can do. Yeah, I figured he might have done that. What the lockdown system? Did I leave any holes in my alibi? No, I accounted for everything. There's no way I left any evidence behind. What evidence could he have left behind? Yeah, we did that. There must be something. He didn't account for Valerie. I wasn't just thinking of myself. The staff, Bellwether would have thrown them into the street, not what I did. Okay, so Valerie didn't get anything. What about Miriam Frager? This is all the nobility's fault. This whole time they were plotting to throw me out. It's their fault that Bellwether is dead, not mine. Her blood is on the hands of the Fragers and the Steelwinds. Oh, Wallace. What if we project Wallace to him? Why am I thinking this now? Oh, he doesn't care about Wallace. I must have missed something. I've done the rapier, I've done that. Did I do the evidence in the locker? Yeah, I did the evidence in the locker. I need to... What about his own testimony? I had to do everything. Shift guilt away from myself, yeah. What are the map? The constructs odds were clear. Plant the body in Lecture Hall 2B and then plant the evidence in Frager's locker. We're supposed to head to the storage room afterwards. What happened? Did something happen in the storage room? Like, it couldn't go to the storage room. Why couldn't it go there? Four pillar family, yep. All Noble's fault, yep. Who was in the storage room? Yeah, the staff. So... let me see. Illusory Disguise's duration is 1 hour. It was only for an hour, so does that mean somebody else pressed on him next? Hey, let's try some... my head. The stress from this trial must be giving me a migraine. That's strange. Why can't you make him feel about air? Oh my god, there's an actual thing here! Well, you suppose that doesn't matter. What the heck? Eris is just like something that's freaking him out. Yeah, you hate the Nobles, I get it. What? Jan's testimony. My illusion should have been flawless. I can't believe this boy was able to deduce what happened. Okay, that hasn't got anything there. Bellwether's reputation. Can't believe I put myself into this mess with Bellwether of all people. Why do I feel remorse for her? She deserved what happened. You know, it's probably because, you know, murder bad. Why am I thinking this now? What else is left? The autopsy? Arcane constructs, yeah. I'm missing something. Like, I need to find a certain thing that makes him really just... We've searched almost everything here now. Wallace's spell compendium. The map. Yeah. Why couldn't it? So it must be a profile. Like, I have to make him think of... Think about me! Wait, that was what I had to do?! I can't believe I let this boy push me this far. I was too careless. I should have been much more wary of him. Oh, right, okay. What about Wallace? No. Come on, think of your victim, buddy. The Academy's lockdown system. Yeah, I really, I think that I'm hitting everything except what I actually need to do. Oh, wait, what? That was literally it. Just make him do constructs twice? Wait, he ordered the construct to go to the storage room. It would have done that after it was finished planting evidence in the locker room. But we found it in the locker room. What stopped the construct from leaving the locker room? Well, it's this, yeah. No, that's alright. Redmond clearly didn't intend for the construct to end up in the locker room. Someone or something must have interfered with it. Was it on? Or was it Steelwind's orders? Someone or something must have interfered with it. Okay. Who was it? Was it Miriam Frege? Was it Jan? Did Jan do something? Jan, did you lock the locker room? Oh, was it Valerie? Did Valerie do something? Valentina? Someone or something interfered with it. Well, how am I supposed to work that one out? Like, unless something weird happened. Autopsy. Body shots. Necromancy and illusion magic. Cause of death is not apparent, but very most likely caused by. What could it possibly be? No. Something must have interfered with it. Like, it couldn't carry out its full. What was it? Was it this? No. Was it the rapier? No. Someone or something must have interfered with it. What could have interfered with it? Like, let's take a look at this. They can carry out simple tasks in order to. The ones in the Imperial Academy speak using the voice of Catherine Bellwether. They can only be changed or adjusted by the Academy Headmaster. Once this command log must be cleaned regularly. What could it possibly have been? Who interfered with it? I just thought she might have done something. I don't know what it was. Redmond clearly didn't intend for the little construct to end up in the locker room. Someone or something must have interfered with it. Oh, it's the fucking lockdown system. Right, the body was probably reported earlier than Redmond expected. This means that he's probably started the lockdown before the construct was finished in the locker room. How did the lockdown affect the construct's actions? Yeah, Wallace's, Redmond's, Bellwether's. Oh, it's Frege's rapier? No. Wallace's. Hang on. Series of command. Redmond's series of commands was interrupted by the lockdown. Yeah, okay. Right, the series of commands would have been interrupted. Wait a minute. Constructs execute a series of commands in the order they are given. Let's say one of those tasks is impossible to complete. When the construct gets that task, it will deem the entire series impossible to complete. As a result, it will stop executing the series altogether. Wait, but what if one of the commands was erase your command logs? So in a series of commands is impossible, then the command will interrupt the entire series. The construct's final command was to wipe its memory. But if its orders were interrupted by the lockdown, then... Miss Steelwind, I have nothing more to ask this witness. What? You're not giving up, are you? Do you even have to ask? Yeah, I thought so. How are we going to prove he did it if he's not testifying? Don't worry, the next witness's testimony will be all we need. Next witness? That look in your face isn't one of defeat, just what are you planning? Ha! It's nothing but desperate bravado. Now, if you'll excuse me... You've let your quarry get away, Mr. Cuthbert. I hope you know what you're doing. I do, Miss Steelwind. First, I'd like the Inquisition to bring in the Arcane construct in the Academy's locker room. We've already established that the murderer could have wiped its history. Please, just humour me for a second, Miss Steelwind. Very well. Bailiff, please relay Mr. Cuthbert's request to Commander White. Yeah, and Steelwind's orders meant that nobody could have gotten in to manually destroy it. Yeah. Well, here's your construct. I hope you know what you're doing, Mr. Cuthbert. Construct. What are your orders? Please recite your command history. Reporting. Command 1, stand by in Headmaster's office. Command 2, await vocal signal, attack from Theodore Redmond. You hear Redmond stand up from the gallery. Seeing this, the prosecutor watches him and carefully clutches the handle of a cane. Command 3, treat Catherine Bellwether as a hostile entity and neutralize. Construct, wipe your huddle. Before he can finish this sentence, the prosecutor points a cane at the headmaster. Magical energy shoots from it and collides directly with him. Sit the fuck down. The magic reaches on his body and stops him from moving. He's clearly trying to struggle against it, but it looks like he can't even move his mouth. Miss Steelwind? Excuse the interruption. Please, continue. Command 4, await vocal signal, leave. From Theodore Redmond. Command 5, move to classroom 2B, reply to any inquiries with voice line free. Command 6, remove Catherine Bellwether from interior frame and place on floor. Thank you, Construct. You can stop now. I think we all know the rest. But just to be clear, who gave you this series of commands? Commands were provided by Headmaster Theodore Redmond. How? How? I ordered the Construct to wipe its command history. Mr. Redmond, Constructs don't follow the same logic that humans do. They're prone to error when their commands are impossible to execute. Impossible? In what way were my commands impossible? You were the one that made it impossible. You activated the lockdown system. The body was found earlier than you'd like. You had no choice but to immediately activate the lockdown system when it was reported. And it was because Valerie and Valentina found us so early. However, the Construct was still in the locker room when you did this. So that's why it was there. Construct finished its tasks in the locker room, but then it tried to follow your next command. It tried to move to the storage room, but it was prevented. Completion of that command was impossible. So the series of commands was stopped before it wiped its history. You little... Theodore Redmond, you ordered your Construct to murder Catherine Bellwether. Then you had it place the murder weapon in a locker to frame Miriam Frager. And we have your Construct's testimony to prove it. Get into jail. And that's checkmate. I can't believe it. How could you do something like this, Headmaster? She was going to take everything from me. My position, my academy, my students. Everything would be gone. It would be stolen by her and the Fragers. Why didn't you say anything to me? I could have... Don't you dare stand there and act ignorant, Lady Steelwind. Do you think the Fragers acted alone? Your father was part of this plot too. What? I have nothing to say to you. I thought you were different. I listened to your lies about societal reform. In the end, you were just like the rest of the aristocracy. By the scale, Lord, what have I done? I was even willing to sacrifice poor Wallace. I can't believe Why? What the fuck happened there? He glitched! Why did I do this? Wait, is he gonna be like, why did I listen to Eris? It appears we have a full confession. The court sees no reason to prolong this any further. Bailiff, please escort the witness to a holding cell. Mr. Cuthbert, you really did it. Feels amazing, right? Like a big weight being lifted from your shoulders. It does, but I can't believe the headmaster was the one who did this. Right, despite everything Redmond did, he was the one who allowed Wallace to pursue his dreams. I'm sorry, I'm sure this is bittersweet for you. What am I going to do now? Headmaster Redmond was the only reason I could even attend the academy. With him gone. Come on, don't think like that. You got acquitted. I'm sure it'll all work out. You want to agree, but necromancy is basically taboo. Without Redmond's support, there aren't many places he could learn it legitimately. And then there's the Imperial Academy. Hey, don't you get all sad on me too. Sorry, I was just thinking. With Redmond gone, the Fragers will probably just appoint another sycophant as the headmaster. Valentina, Valerie and Jan, they're all going to lose their jobs. Come on, you found the truth and you put a murderer behind bars. You saved Wallace. She's right. As you sat down in the courtroom, you're greeted by Miss Tamora. Was she in the gallery this entire time? At the end of the day, you saved Wallace from a wrongful conviction. You should be proud of yourself for that. I suppose you're right. Maybe I am just overthinking things. But the doubt still lingers in your mind. Now come on, I'm taking Wallace to that restaurant we went to last time. Do you remember how much that place cost? Don't worry, I have plenty of gold. Am I the only one on this team not making any gold? Why don't you meet us there, Celeste? I need to talk with Tyrion for a moment. Alright, let's go, Wallace. Okay. You activated the empowered eye again, didn't you? She doesn't appear to be praising you. I did. I didn't really have a choice. The Eye of Horus is a powerful tool, Tyrion. That's twice now you've used the empowered eye to get out of a tough spot. You can't keep relying on it if you want to go on as an attorney. One day you'll find a witness that the empowered eye won't work on. She may be called Eris. It's worked for me this far, though. But I suppose you're right. I'll try to rely on it yet less next time. And that marked the end of another case in my career as a defense attorney. Another life saved and another murderer brought to justice. I still couldn't shake this feeling of uneasiness. Was it guilt for what would happen to the faculty staff? Or was it something else? And that's the end of the episode. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Yep. Oh, more. Man, Steelwinter's been talking with the perp for hours. What's there to even ask at this point? Turns out she doesn't trust his testimony. Something on his memory's not matching up with the crime scene. You don't think he has Mage Blight, does he? No, it's not that. She found that damn symbol etched into his desk. What did she call it? The purple mark? Oh, for the love of not this again. Look, if the little lady wants to chase the boogeyman, just let her. At least this time she's doing it personally instead of dragging us into it. Cast sleep. Hey, what's up with him? Who did this to your desk? What has got into you? I've already admitted to everything. What more could you possibly want from me? Where did this graffiti come from? What is this symbol? What is the purple mark? I don't know, a student must have done it at some point. Think very hard, Headmaster. When did you receive this purple symbol? Focus on the moment you received this. Wait a minute. I remember it now. But how? Lady Steelwind? Lady Steelwind? Aria, what happened? Are you okay? That was close. My elation over meeting him almost made me forget. Eris, what are you doing here? Why? Wait, I remember now. It was you. You put those ideas into my mind. You're the one who told me to murder Bellwether. Oh, you humans never fail to amuse me. I didn't make you do anything. Everything you did that day, all the planning, all the preparation, that came from your own mind. And I have to say, I was quite entertained with the scheme you came up with. Why you even broke into Miriam's room? I didn't know you had it in you, old man. You made me forget our conversation. But how? Illusions can't affect the mind. Magic can't affect the mind. It's a shame, though. I would have much rather turned Wallace into the antagonist of this chapter. Could you imagine if he turned? It would have been spectacular. Armies of the undead running rampant in the streets. But alas, even I couldn't corrupt his pure soul. Answer me. Who are you? What are you? Who am I? I'm the Lord of the Sixth Circle. I'm the fucking devil, bitch! I guess that's... Alright! End of case! I am gonna do more. There's gonna be more. It'll turn up sooner or later. Depends what happens. It'll happen. I promise you it'll happen. But for now, I'd like to say thank you. I appreciate it. If you watched the entire thing, thank you so much. These are very long videos, so I'm do them over like days. I did this one over 3 days. The other ones are probably going to be longer, might take longer. But I enjoyed it, I had fun, and I'll see you guys again. Bye bye for now.